Okay, we're ready to go. Good afternoon. Welcome to the Tuesday, August 11th, 2020, 4 o'clock meeting of the Hampton School Board. I'm just going to read something before we begin. This is an electronic meeting by teleconference. As chairman of the Hampton School Board, I've determined that due to the state of emergency declared by the governor as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, and in accordance with the Governor's Emergency Order Number 12, pursuant to Executive Order 2020-4, that to properly ensure the safety of the public and that of several of the board members who are within the CDC guidelines needing to take special precautions, this public body is authorized to meet electronically. Please note there is no physical location to observe and listen contemporaneously to this meeting, which was authorized pursuant to the Governor's emergency order. However, in accordance with the emergency order, I am confirming we are utilizing a teleconference service for this electronic meeting. All members of the board have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during this meeting through this platform, and the public may join this electronic meeting by calling 1-857-444-0744 and using the code 156034. If the public has any difficulties, they can call 929-5805. Okay, so we will begin with the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, I will skip down very quickly to board or committee for the committee report updates. And being in the middle of the summer, I'm not sure we're going to have much, but Ginny, Budget
Committee is looking forward to hosting Mariah and Lois for our September meeting. So that'll be the third Tuesday in September at 7 o'clock.
Wellness, Andrea?
No, I have nothing.
Seacoast Learning Collaborative, Frank?
I have nothing.
Okay. Rec Department, Andrea?
No.
Policy, Pepper, Andrea?
Nothing tonight.
No, not at this time.
Okay. Professional Development, Pepper, anything?
Really hasn't started yet.
PTA, Ginny? And Curriculum, Andrea?
I just know that the all staffs are working to assess when the students come back, where they're at, and then take the standards that have been approved for each grade level and try to make sure that those either are brought back up to speed or continue improving on those curriculum standards. That's it.
Okay. So we will go to the oral reports from the principals. If you have anything, come on up. If you don't, that's fine also. Tim?
Good evening. Just a couple of things. First of all, how's everyone do?
All right.
We're here.
Professional staff, just about hiring. I have one final hire to bring forward to you. We're not within the time frame to bring it tonight, but that is a case manager for K through 2 Center School. We're interviewing next week, and as soon as I have those interviews complete, I look forward to bringing a candidate to you before school starts. So I know we're in a tight crunch, but we will get that done. That's my last professional hire. Paraprofessionals, both regular ed and special ed, going to have a meeting quickly with Lois to try to finalize movement on that based on who is coming and going. And so we're finalizing paraprofessionals as well. Kindergarten registration is in a flux. I'll be honest with you right now. We've initially had 85 students take out registration packets. Since all of this has been happening, we get daily phone calls, like you wouldn't believe how many phone calls we're getting, just inquiring. They're new, they're coming into the district. So we've had a handful of students that have initially said they were coming, decide to take a year off, and they're going to think about it a little bit. So we're down to about 72 to 75 students that are set to come in right now, but that number is always changing, so I'll give you more numbers as we continue to move forward. But if anybody out there in the public is interested in kindergarten, please call Center School at 926-8706, and we can help you with that registration packet. There's still plenty of time to get into kindergarten. Some of the things that have been completed, handbooks have been up to date, so that's all set, staff and student handbooks. But a lot of things are on hold, like orientation and final schedules and class lists. Those things have to be on hold because things are just slowly unfolding. It's normally we would have a time to report those things that have been complete, but I need to be honest with you, those things are on hold right now, and that's okay. People need to understand that that's okay. They also need to understand, I want people in the public to understand that class lists, because of this move to cohort A and cohort B, there has to be some shifts. In an ideal world, they would line up evenly. All A through J would be 9 or 10 kids in cohort A, and it just is not working out that way. When we created class lists, we didn't think about the alphabet as one of the balances to create class lists. We looked at other factors as well. So there will be some adjustments going on and some letters going out explaining that exactly what cohort your child is in and what days your child will be coming. So I just want to know, every parent will get a letter explaining what it is, even if it's a confirmation of something you already knew, but if it is a new change, we will state that change as well. And our final thing is summer work. We are in the final stages of accepting applications within our staff to do some summer work, as Andrea was saying, on updating curriculum and getting preparation for the beginning of the school year. So there's still plenty of time to do some summer work. We have a little bit of money per grade level, so we're excited about that. Any questions for Center School?
No,
Thank you, guys.
thank
Thank
you.
Thank you. Nathan? Marston? Anything?
Nothing really different than Mr. Lannon. We've communicated with parents about the same things, the classroom changes that we anticipate happening as teachers and students move to remote, and we have to balance our classes out between hybrids, and we'll just continue to communicate with parents and families as the year progresses. Other than that, very similar. We're getting the school ready through the facilities department for the return to school, and teachers are hard at work doing summer work to realign their curriculum and plan for instruction in both a remote and hybrid in-school setting. But otherwise, no new updates at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Hi, Dave.
Just to really briefly, I would like to thank all those parents, and they were across all 3 schools. We reached out to families and asked them to share their plans for return, and they did, and that really helped us in the planning process over the last 2 weeks. So it'll go well. It helped us out to figure out how many people we need, where we need them. So we're going to present those schedules in a little bit, but we couldn't have done it without the families. So thank you.
Okay. Special ed, student services?
First of all, it's really nice to see everybody in person. We've been online a lot, so happy face-to-face. I just want to say in my second month, it's very evident that Hampton has a strong sense of pride and commitment to family, and I'm really excited to be here. I also just wanted to let you know that we'll be talking a little bit about special ed as we move along, and also the 2 school psychologists you see in the report that their responsibilities are delineated, and if you have any questions, I'll be here. Thanks.
Great. Thank you. Greg, technology?
Well, as the saying goes with technology, what could go wrong often does. I hear they're having streaming problems right now, so I'm answering a million texts. So if you see me, it's just because I'm getting a bunch of texts and people asking about streaming, so I told them that they're working on it. So a lot of that sort of stuff going on this year. Also trying to get the year ramped up, buying tons of software, renewing even more software. Technology, I will give you a heads up. I just was in a text just now with my sales rep. He's trying to get an answer from Acer, who's told all of their people that he's sold stuff to that they would be in the end of July, early August. And I'm saying it's early August, where's our devices? And he's still not getting an answer from them. I've heard from other people who've used other vendors that everybody, Dell, Lenovo especially, Acer, are all having difficulty getting the devices to people before September. So thank God we're buying out. You'll see tonight some paperwork to buy us out of our lease that we were previously in. That allows us to keep those devices instead of sending them back. So it's a emergency blanket in case of the fact that we don't get those Acers in. We can always redeploy the old technology that we had. And we've already moved everything around to get ready for new stuff. But if we have to, we'll have to move things around and put things back. But we're keeping our fingers crossed that the new Acers will be in time and we won't have to do some of that shifting. But we should be, hopefully, if those come in, one-to-one, everybody, grades kindergarten to grade 8. And we're trying to work out some ways that we can even get some devices in at the pre-K level. All depends on numbers and registration, right? So there might be some of that is available as well. So just a lot going on. You know, the department's very busy. We're setting up a portal for parents. And there'll be a lot of resources I'll talk about later during our slideshow for things that people can rely on this year to help support them. So anything for me? No? Great, thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Who have I missed? Mariah, anything? You're good?
I'm good. Would you like me to go over my stuff now?
Sure. Yeah, if you can.
I'm
Might as
good.
well, yeah, we'll get that taken care of.
So you had asked Mary and I to bring to the table about food service. Would you like, I mean,
We can do that.
we could do that? Yes?
Mary?
I see Mary's here.
So let's hit that first, because everything else is just started for the year, so we might as well hit food service real quick. So you wanted us to bring some suggestions and what we could do to correct the deficit and issues that we had with food service. So we have some challenges that we're facing to explain why we're kind of having some of the deficits that we're having and some of the proactive solutions we'd like to take to fix them. One of the things that we would like to bring to the attention is that our rate for the meal is lower than the federal reimbursement rate, and that's from 2019-20. So we would like to bring up our price of the meal to at least be at the rate of the federal reimbursement rate of 19-20.
It's
How
something
much
we
of
have
a-
to, it's mandated.
How
We
much
have
of
to
an
bring it up.
increase is that gonna
10
be?
cents.
10 cents.
So we'd go from $3 to $3.10.
The food cost and shipping has increased, so that's kind of some of the reasons why we really should get to the federal rate. We've been working towards a green and a savings environment. So we've been using silverware trays, bowls, anything that can be dishwasher clean. We cannot utilize that this year. We have to contain all the meals to be served to the location of the classroom. So we haven't had container cost for the foods
Not-
really ever.
Not like we're gonna have, right?
So we're gonna have to now buy the plasticware again, container costs, paperware, paper bags, that we haven't had to purchase and we did not budget in. So those are some of the costs that we're gonna have faced this year. We also need to purchase utility carts for the classroom to deliver the food to the classrooms, and software to online order in advance. So we'd have the kids online order a day or two in advance for the next day so that we know we can pack the meals and bring them to the classroom. So we're gonna have that software. And we're faced that we're anticipating a decrease in participation, at least in the beginning, till everybody kind of figures what's going on. But some of our proactive solutions is we we want to Facebook and Twitter pictures of the menus, upcoming meals, so that they can see what's going on and more things. And we're gonna Facebook the free and reduced application and really push that. Really, if people are struggling, don't hesitate to fill that out because it's what brings us the money in to feed everyone. And then the online ordering, we'll know exactly what people want, so we don't have as much waste at the end. And then we're also working on a policy to collect how we're gonna collect any funds due. So those are the things that we're working on. But the biggest thing that we wanted to bring is if we could increase the cost of, the meal.
Are you looking for us to do that tonight? Okay.
Sure, yes.
I'll make a motion to reduce the food service program deficit by 10 cents. It's in compliant with federal guidelines and it's consistent with other school districts in our area, so,
Do you mean increase the price of lunch by 10 cents?
yes, I'm sorry, yes.
All right.
Because it is in compliant with federal guidelines and it is consistent with other school districts.
Second, for discussion purposes. Frank, second.
I'll second it.
Discussion, seems to me, I recall many discussions over 5 cent increases. Frank, you can go.
I have no problem with the 10-cent increase, but I do question the breakfast. That's a 15-cent increase. And as we all know, breakfast is the cornerstone
Right?
of
Well,
learning.
if I may, Frank, I'm just gonna ask a question. I didn't hear a 15-cent increase
had-
for
No,
it
breakfast.
is.
It's on the
With some
paperwork.
It is.
suggestions
It wasn't
on
in the
price
motion,
increases
though.
now.
It's not in the motion.
No.
Are you gonna accept that? So 10
Yes,
cents for
yes, I
lunch,
will,
15
10
cents
cents
for
and
breakfast?
15 cents for breakfast.
Do you second that again, Frank?
Yeah, I'll second
Second,
it.
okay, go ahead.
Okay, discussion-wise, I don't have a problem with 15 cents, but 15 cents is significant with some people. Okay, especially if you multiply it over the times of a week. Okay, if we're utilizing 5 days. Is it possible just to do 10 cents across the board?
I'm happy with 10 cents across the board.
Then I have no problem with that.
Great.
Can I ask you two a question?
Yes.
Does that meet the federal requirement if we don't do 15 cents for
No,
breakfast?
that meets the federal requirement,
The
the 10
10 cent.
cents, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So
Do you
we're-
want me to- do you-
Further discussion?
Do you need me to adjust my
Already
motion?
did. We already did.
Oh,
And Frank
all right.
seconded it.
Okay.
One other question I have, and it's based on the breakfast and even lunch. We're in trying times,
Yeah, we are.
okay? What is the fallback if kids can't afford
If they-
lunch or breakfast?
I mean, if they can't afford it, I'm hoping they can fill out a free and reduced application and get approved for free meals, or at least a reduced meal.
Okay.
A lunch is 40 cents and a breakfast is free for reduced families. So
Okay.
that'd be 40 cents a day for lunch and breakfast is free. And, free kids if they get approved for free. So I would just please families, fill out that application, you just don't know.
And that's
You-
confidential.
Confidential,
Who sees it now?
myself.
Just you?
Yes. One other has to check me. I think it's you.
I think it's me.
I think Mariah does a double check.
Also, if like I made a lot of money like a month ago, but I'm laid off now.
Absolutely, you can fill out that application, beginning year, middle year, Saturday, Sunday, any day of the year is accepted throughout the whole school year for the applications.
And do you have what they call a donation slush fund, some
Well,
people in the, no, I'm saying if some people in the community want to donate.
Yes, absolutely. We have a little fund set aside. This was our first year because of COVID. And this community and the PTA were extremely generous, over $8,000. I think you all know that, so that's awesome. And so, yeah, if anybody wants to,
Well, maybe if
we'll
you
put
take
it away.
out maybe if Greg can help you post something on the web, people can contribute. I mean, I would contribute, that was up there.
Further discussion on the motion? Okay, are you ready for the vote? Ready for the motion? Okay, all those in favor of increasing the price of lunch and breakfast by 10 cents a meal, raise your hands. Okay. 500. Is Joni doing this by?
That's my understanding, yep.
Okay.
Just 1 second question. We did breakfast, we did lunch. You also have on this sheet
We have
milk.
milk and snacks.
Yeah,
It was a suggestion to just keep them with, because since we haven't increased them in 15 years, with the 10 cents and the average of every,
So should we amend the vote? Because we only voted on
Breakfast and lunch.
and lunch. Now she's got snacks and milk in here too. So you're
It was,
asking.
yes, you said
you're
10
asking
across the board.
across the board. So that's a little different than our motion.
Yeah, we can make another motion
Okay.
to accept.
I see Keith trying to get my attention, I suspect
Yeah,
it's important.
excuse me, but when you take a vote, you're gonna have to call each board member by name and have them answer because we are over the
Okay,
phone.
Oh,
all right.
okay.
Thank you, sorry
Thank
for
you.
that.
No, I'm glad you.
No, thank you.
So for the
pointing.
people who are listening, that was, it was unanimous, 5-0-0
Okay,
on that.
thank you.
We get to still decide about milk and.
Yes.
Yeah, you know,
All right, I'll make the
Which-
motion that
whichever.
milk and snacks also increase by 10 cents.
I mean, if you
Just so I understand, so if a student,
just get some milk, it's, right now it's 40 cents, we'll be going up to 50 cents.
50 cents, and if he gets a snack, right now it's 4.
65 cents, it'll be going up to 75 cents.
Okay. Andrea?
Could we get by with not increasing that
Yeah,
on the milk and the snack?
sure, we could wait another year, because we are increasing breakfast and lunch.
I feel like,
If
we
you
should
don't
wait
wanna-
another year on that.
Frank has made a motion.
Okay.
No, I withdraw the motion. Okay. But I would revise that motion to say hold milk prices as is,
Okay,
but snacks go up a nickel.
I'd agree to that.
okay, that's
Right,
perfect.
so is that your motion, Frank?
Yeah.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, discussion? So milk stays the same, snacks go up a nickel.
Great.
No, discussion by the board, anybody? Okay, I'll have to roll call you, I guess, for votes. Ginny,
Yes.
Andrea,
Yes.
I'll be a yes.
Pepper, yes.
Pepper, yes?
Yes.
Frank, yes, so 5-0-0. Okay,
And then I just had my monthly statement, but really not much has happened the first month. We're still trying to get everything budgeted and set up in the system. And we had a very little payables run, so it was just 2 payrolls for the summer hires and summer employees. So the financial statement was really small this month. And we are working on the federal grants. I think I sent you guys a spreadsheet on just some COVID expenses. It was just a more of a fun fact, but the CARES grant is on that, some of the things that we purchased on that. So just so you had that, I wanted to make sure you had that information. It's still waiting to get approved, and we're working on the grants so far.
is that it?
That's it.
Okay, any questions from Mariah, Frank?
Based on the information you gave in your presentation on forks, et cetera, do you have a ballpark number on what we're looking at?
Not yet. Not until we get the first order in on and how much, when the kids come in and how much we're actually gonna be giving for food.
Well, you have an idea on carts, don't you?
I have an idea on carts.
Okay,
So the carts, say, are about $600 and
piece.
a piece
And how many are we looking at?
to a building.
6.
12?
That's the carts.
The carts, they're big utility carts, and they have the plastic bins in there so that we can bag the meals and bring them to the classroom.
And we don't have a number of, I'm forgetting the number of kids, okay?
Right.
But you
For
have to
paper
buy that
and
paper goods
paper-
in bulk, don't you?
Yep, we
So-
have not purchased that as of yet. I couldn't give you an exact
So are we looking
ballpark,
at
but a couple thousand probably to start.
the start?
I wouldn't purchase it all at once
No,
because
no.
we don't know where we're gonna,
All
you
right.
know.
So is it safe to say we're probably looking at about approximately, based on carts, things like that, looking at going to, let's just say hypothetically, first trimester, 15,000? Give or take?
I think I think it's gonna be a little lower than that.
It's gonna be more than that.
No, less. The expense,
Less.
less than that, yes.
10? I mean, you already got
I-
you've already spent roughly almost $4,000 in carts.
Well, I think
So-
center, we could get away with one cart in center, two definitely at Hampton Academy. I'm gonna.
Well, I'm
try-
just trying to
Yeah, no,
anticipate these costs.
I agree, I'm trying not to spend the money, if we could do it with some
Mary,
of
you
our own
should
carts.
come to the microphone,
I'm
so,
sorry.
I'm sorry, so people can hear you.
Sorry. So I didn't get a chance to talk to Mariah about the carts yet, but yeah, definitely two at Hampton Academy. I think we could get away with one at Center and then use the utility carts that we have. Remember, Center only have 3 people, so. And then Marston, I was gonna start with one cart and then use the utility carts that we have, and I think we could get away with just 4 carts that need to be purchased, and if you want to even wait on that and to see how it goes with just the carts that we have, but, you know, they're only small,
Yeah.
Yeah,
pushing utility, and if we have to
So
go
we're
one
probably
time
looking at-
around and,
More room than snack.
yeah,
You're
we can't
looking at
hold
10 to
100 bags.
12,000.
Okay.
yeah.
That's what you're looking
Trying to
at.
save some
Okay,
money.
that- I just looking for a
Yeah, so
ball.
I mean, for ballpark, I'm
Yeah,
gonna
I
keep
just-
that spreadsheet
Yeah, and if you
going,
come under that,
so,
that's fine.
just, it's really was for an idea to kind of keep us started and know what we're spending, and a lot of that stuff, I'm going to send to FEMA. It may not get approved, but I figure if it's above and beyond what we normally spend, they said whatever I can, do, especially for facility stuff that's over and above for, the cleaning supplies and wipes and all that, to report it to them, and they'll look at it, and we may get a percentage back. I will try anything.
I bet there'll be some COVID funds coming out to schools too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so we're,
Yeah.
labeling everything that's above and beyond our normal expenses, so we track it.
Maybe. Okay.
A little thing, but maybe we should write to that group, that there was kids group that came in here last year, that we changed using certain things because they wanted to be recyclable friendly.
Right.
Could we write them a note and explain what happened, so that they don't think we ditched them because they left?
No, and Angela Bowen has, she's with that group, so I'll make sure I send her a note
Okay.
to give her the heads up that it's kind of not by choice that we're
Right.
doing this.
Thanks, Mary.
All right, thank you all.
Any other questions for Mariah? Okay. Have I missed anybody other than you? Okay, you're on.
All right, so we have obviously been very busy in the last couple of months. The leadership team has really worked incredibly hard as we are working our way through the opening of school. We had a leadership retreat July 27th through the 29th, which was very productive, where we had an opportunity to discuss opening, but also talk about our norms of collaboration. We also had an opportunity for some training and really just diving deep into our plans for our return to school. You can see that one of our days was spent specifically around social emotional learning in terms of what do we do to foster relationships with our students, with staff to staff. Really important that we are building these positive cultures that will maximize our learning environment. So that's really important to all of us. And you can see, just if you look at the goals, that, you know, we continue to work with all of our stakeholders around our plans for opening school this fall. And we are working with our school counselor, Sue Antico, who is going to help us with our mentoring program this fall as we think about hiring quite a few new staff members. We want to make sure that we're supporting the new staff members. So we are doing an in-house program. I don't know if you remember, but previously we had an outside consultant, but we're doing something more homegrown. I believe it will be effective. I believe it has the potential to be a pretty decent program, but we will evaluate that at the end of the year to see how it's going. So we're excited about that. And then if you look down at our second goals, you get a sense that we're doing something different this year, where we're doing a district read. It's called Onward. It's Cultivating Emotional Resilience in Educators by Elena Aguilar, and really thinking about what's happening right now and how important it is that we're taking care of
our staff, and then in turn, the staff are taking care of our children. So really important to be thinking about that. We also have a couple new policies that are in your packet. You're going to see one of them is specifically around suicide prevention. We are now required to do 2 hours of suicide prevention training this year. So we're looking to do that on September 25th during the early release, where Connors Climb will be providing us with that 2 hours of suicide prevention. In addition, we are looking at revising our one of our policies to reflect changes in Title VI, and that's also in your packet that you'll get a chance to look at that. You can see that it's going to be pretty critical, as Andrea, you mentioned, that when our students come back, knowing that the last time they were formally in school was March 13th, how important it will be to assess each student's level of learning in terms of where they are. And we know that it'll be critically important to identify those learning gaps so that we know how to best support our students along their path of growth. So teachers are doing some curriculum work over the summer. There is significant work to be done as we think about how we are going to look at those power standards as we move to this hybrid model to ensure that there is, I would say, curriculum alignment across the grade levels, and then of course grade to grade. So we want that curriculum alignment both horizontally but also vertically. That's critically important. So a lot of work that's being done, but a lot of work that will be ongoing. And with that being said, of course, looking at our report cards to ensure that the report cards are really reflecting what is being taught to our students this year. So there'll be also some additional work that will come as a result of that. Something that the commissioner has unveiled to us at our commissioner meetings is that our students will all, in grades 4 through 8, participate in interim assessments, and that's to get a baseline to see how are our kids doing in the state. So that will be happening in the fall, just an interim assessment, just really an overview just to get a sense of how are kids doing in New Hampshire. And then if you look down under professional development, you can see that obviously with the start of the school year, there are a number of required trainings that we're looking at around Title IX sexual harassment and bullying. Also, we are looking at COVID-19 training, really important. We will be partnering with Primex, as that a number of these can be online modules. We found that when we've done those in the past, they've been highly successful. The great feature of an online module is that there's great flexibility in terms of when the teachers will be allowed to do that. So they'll have time at the beginning of the school year, but we'll also give them, let's say, till the end of October to ensure that everyone has completed all of that required mandatory training that needs to be done before school starts. And then you can see that Greg is obviously working very diligently as the leader in technology in terms of facilitating training for Seesaw, which is the platform we'll be using with our center school students, and also Google grades 3 through 8. We recognize that we have training to be done. We obviously want to increase our teacher skills. We think that by increasing teacher skills, this will in turn help to support our students and their learning. We also recognize that we want to be supporting families at home. So thinking about how can we best support parents. So we are also thinking about that as well as we think about the remote component to the hybrid model. And then we continue our work around equity and diversity, recognizing the impact that this has on teaching and learning. We had an opportunity during our retreat to have some training with OCR out of Boston. It was a great opportunity to look at our policy, to look at how this impacts our students. So we had great discussion with that. This training will also continue for our staff. That'll be part of their staff meeting and opening that principals will be facilitating. And also, we are continuing our work with New Hampshire Listens, which is from the Carsey Institute out of UNH. So Monday and tomorrow, the leadership team has been working with that group, Michelle Shannon Holt and Bruce Mallory out of UNH, New Hampshire Listens, to really understand how important this work is as it relates to inclusion and thinking about all students and race and these important things that we must be thinking about as educators. And then you can see under my 5th goal, the significant work around our back-to-school planning. And you're gonna get a sense of that as we go into our presentation in just a few moments. But that's what I have just now. Any questions?
I had one question. The interim assessment, is that going to be given to kids who have chosen to be remote learners?
That's a great question, and my understanding is that we will have the option of doing it whether the students are in our school or they are remote. It is a 30-minute probe for language arts and a 30-minute assessment for math. So they're really thumbnails. They just want to get a sense of where kids are in New Hampshire. So I'm looking forward to more information. We do have a call tomorrow with the commissioner, so we
Right.
should have more information.
Yeah, I've just got a question regarding the assessment, even though you've explained it quite well. But if I remember correctly, wasn't there an issue with any assessment that some parents can opt out of those assessments? Or is this totally different?
This is by the state. So this is a state requirement, much like our New Hampshire SAS, which is it's required of public schools. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Are we ready for your presentation?
I think so.
I believe so. Did you want to bring in Amy and Andy for this?
We absolutely could, yeah.
Yeah.
Do we, yeah,
Can you ask Amy and
yeah.
Andy
Andrew,
to come in?
they want to come in? Yeah.
See if
Amy
Amy Murphy and
and Andrew.
Andrew?
And they're coming in because why? Why are they part of this
To
discussion?
just see the plan.
Eh,
We're gonna
that's a
present.
Good question too, but to see the presentation.
Yes.
Oh, they weren't involved in doing the,
Right there.
making the presentation?
Or one of the two.
Peripherally involved.
Peripheral.
Well,
Until
teachers
this
were.
point, though, they were not involved. The decision to go what we did, 2 days, et cetera,
They were
was
not
not union-based. That needs to really be clear.
It does, because that's not the perception that's out there.
You're right, but it was not union-based.
Okay, Lois?
So, I know that everyone is anxious to know more about the hybrid model, and we know that the purpose of our presentation at our last board meeting on July 27th was really to present 3 ideas for students to return to school. And like everyone, we truly want to get children back into our school. We miss the community, we miss the normalcy of day-to-day learning that takes place, we miss our friends, we miss our children, we miss our families. I guess I just can't stress that enough. And you have to balance that with, of course, the fact that we are living in a pandemic. So you're balancing that with the health and wellness of the entire community. So the decision was made to go to a hybrid model, and we recognize that this is imperfect in some ways. And we know that there is some planning that we need to do to make this as good as it can be. And I can tell you that the leadership team, along with our nurses and many other people, are working extremely hard as we think very thoughtfully about how are we going to make this as good of a situation as possible, thinking about we want to provide high-quality instruction to our students. They deserve nothing less, and we know that. And so that is always our emphasis on high-quality instruction and optimizing learning opportunities. So I guess I begin with that statement, and then you're going to hear from a number of people on our leadership who are going to add pieces to our presentation tonight. I have the principals who are here, Mariah, Mary is here, and Kathy Connolly is here from the nurses, and I really appreciate you being here, so thank you, Kathy. So I'm going to get started with the next slide. So this is just a model of what it looks like, and we know that we have already received easily, we figured, about 100 requests right now for parents who are wishing to have a change in where their child is going to be at school. So if they're on the A schedule, they might want to go to the B. If they're in the B schedule, they might want to go to the A schedule. And We recognize the importance of working with families, as families are really struggling with daycare issues. I know that. That's not lost on me. I appreciate that. And they're trying to keep kids in their social bubbles. So we are eager to work with families in any way that we can to lessen that burden. So you can see, though, in its purest forms, there are 2 days of learning. So if you're an A student, there is 2 days of learning. Wednesday is our deep cleaning day. So what happens on Wednesday is Wednesday morning becomes a remote day for that classroom, and they specifically are focused on building relationships and checking in with students. So what does that look like? It might look like there'd be a schedule where there would be time for a morning meeting with those children remotely, and then there would be time for mentor groups, which we have talked about in the past, where there would be small groups of 10 where a second adult would be checking in with these students, and then there might be a lunchtime check-in. So there would be 3 individual check-ins in that morning to make sure our kids are doing okay, and they have what they need, and they're feeling comfortable. So kind of a second set of eyes, too, on some of these boys and girls. So that is also just another layer of building our relationships with these students. The afternoon would be for staff to specifically focus on staff meetings, planning, curriculum planning, and professional development. We want to make sure that what we're doing is as high quality as it can be. We want to make sure there is cohesion. We want to make sure there's continuity. We want to make sure we're working with case managers, interventionists, and all people who are in contact with these children. So those afternoons become pretty important as we bolster our technology skills, as we look at our curriculum maps, and as we ensure we're working with interventionists to provide our students with what they need. And then you can see Thursday and Friday for Group A would be learning at home with remote support. The principals are going to speak to that because I know there's been great interest in seeing what that looks like. So, next slide. So with that being said, Principal Nathan Sadler is going to talk about what does that hybrid schedule look like in school.
So I'll start with that one.
Okay, and
And then
Principal
Nathan's
Landon,
gonna get more specific when we
Yeah.
get into some deeper schedules about how it's looking outside of the school. But the first thing that I want you to understand is what Lois was talking about on that afternoon is very critical on that Wednesday afternoon, is because we're blending 3 types of schedules together. And so teachers are gonna need time on a weekly basis to confer and plan and to talk about how we're still keeping kids on the same pace, on the same scope, on sequence, and keeping things aligned. So kids are coming to school. Kids are coming to school 2 days a week, and then one type of schedule allows them to be home for 3 days. And then there is another section where kids are not coming at all to school. So the first section I want to talk about today is, we've been asked a lot of questions about, we're only going to school 2 days, what does the 2-day schedule look like? Well, the basic answer is it's going to mimic what it normally would look like when we were in school, normally. There are some slight differences because of the requirements that we have, but I want folks to understand, number one, the question has been, is it a full day? Yes, it is a full day. We are having a full day for students on those days that they are in school. Are they going to have a regular type of schedule where they're going to a special every day? Of course they're going to go to a special every day. But let me just start at the very beginning. We had to build a schedule where that we recognize that students are going to come to school not all at the same time. They're going to have a staggered arrival and a staggered dismissal time. What does that mean, a staggered arrival? Well, we're going to take our time unloading the buses. I'm going to unload at the elementary school 1 bus at a time and make sure they're going into the proper doors, making sure they're 6 feet apart at all times, walking down the paths. It's going to take more time. So it's going to take more time to get into the school. What's going on when that's happening? Well, during that staggered arrival, we have morning meeting that traditionally happens during that time, and at least at the primary level, there's some foundations that could go along, some early phonics skills. So we can be doing those skills while we're waiting for all the students to come in. So when you see staggered arrival, that means we're going to probably take 15, 20, 30 minutes to get into the building, whatever we need to do to safely get into the building. But we are going to be there. We are going to start school on time. You might not get everyone in at the same time, but we're going to start. So there's a morning meeting. Before I continue any further, we picked third grade as a sample, Nathan and I. We decided it's a K through 5 schedule was gonna show tonight. We just picked a random grade. We didn't wanna put up 17 schedules for you tonight, for the sake of time. So this is gonna be developmentally appropriate based on what level we're teaching. So understand, this is just the third grade model. So some of the things might be a little bit more specific to third grade, but understanding this is just a sample of a typical day in school. So instruction could be one of the content areas, and then there's built-in time for activities outside. We have to understand there's going to be some time that we need to go outside, so the schedules are going to reflect going outside. There's also going to be scheduled mask breaks sometimes during the day when we're going outside, when we're getting ready for recess, and throughout the day there's going to be some scheduled mask breaks because that is important. Everyone's going to have a recess, that's a mask break. Lunch in the classroom, it's going to be a little different, but everybody's going to have lunch, and we very clearly articulated how that lunch is going to look. It's going to be on carts, it's going to be brought up, we're going to be in the classroom having lunch. Then there's going to be a recess during the day, that's a grade level recess, but Nathan and I and Kathleen Hopper have been working on zoning out the playground area, so kids are staying within their cohort, not only in the classroom, but they're going to stay in that cohort at the recess area. They're going to get a bag of balls and equipment for each cohort, so they're not sharing materials outside of the cohort. So everybody's going to have a staggered time, and then they're going to rotate those stations so they're not stuck in the same station all of the time. So we're going to have that in place, so that's part of the planning. Again, everybody is going to have an integrated arts. That's scheduled just for the sake of purpose of third grade. They just picked a random time, but that could be any time during the day. And then at the end of the day, it's a staggered dismissal as we're doing some finalized instruction as well. So, we're trying to wrap up. We're trying to maximize the time in school. We're going to focus on the essential standards in school. We're going to focus on the major content areas. We're going to do the best we can while they're in school. But it looks like a full day in school. So those were the students that's a 2-day schedule it looks like in school. Nathan's going to get a little deeper right now talking about some schedules.
Yeah, the one thing we heard loud and clear from parents was that what we were doing last spring might not have been good enough for all students. We recognize that. I think what parents also have to recognize is we were thrust into a pandemic. We gave teachers 48 hours to be prepared for the rest of the school year learning at home. It's not something we're familiar with. Universities and colleges perhaps are, but elementary schools don't usually teach remotely to students. So we decided that this was one area we really had to focus on and bolster. So this schedule, while it's not set in stone, reflects what students might be doing when they're not in school. So what Mr. Lannon talked about, if students are in cohort A, Monday, Tuesday, they're in our building. That's what they're doing. This is what they're doing Thursday and Friday at home. We realize, based on developmental and age appropriate, that the amount of independent work students are doing is not going to be the same. You can't expect a kindergartner to just plop onto their Chromebook and work independently all day. They're in kindergarten. You might be able to do that a little more with 4th or 5th, perhaps at the middle school level. We are going to build in, and I'm going to define these terms for you, some asynchronous and synchronous learning. So synchronous is live teaching. That means you have a teacher on the other side of the camera. They're instructing you in a small group setting. When it says asynchronous math mini lesson, that might be a pre-recorded lesson from a classroom teacher or a grade level teacher. It could be something from Khan Academy, Brain Pop, Study Jams, or any of the other online resources that we have available to us. So students may be viewing some things independently in sort of a flipped classroom model, where they would watch a video at home and then come into the classroom for reinforcement of skills and small group instruction. So students that are at home on, let's say, Thursday, Friday, will still have some live teaching from staff members in small group. It will be very targeted instruction based on the data that we're going to use. Students will have independent time, because the other thing we heard is my kid can't be on the computer all day long. We're going to have to balance the paper pencil work with the online electronic work. And we're setting that up because teachers will be providing students with activities and projects to be doing at home, but they'll also have someone supporting them through that. It's not going to be 100% all by yourself. Students will have screen breaks built in. There'll be time for teacher check-ins with students. We are including some asynchronous integrated arts. So what that means is it won't be a live integrated arts class, because they're getting live integrated arts the 2 days they're in school. It will be similar to last year where we set up a Google Classroom and teachers are using pre-recorded videos either from themselves or elsewhere on the internet, and they're more of extension or enrichment activities for students at home. There is a lunch and recess built into this schedule because students need to eat. We also have to make sure that if teachers are home doing remote learning those days, that they also have the planning period they need in order to get their students to be successful. Again, it goes down through, and language arts and math could easily be flipped. That will depend on teacher preference. Screen breaks are built in, and science and social studies, while it's not specifically listed, is integrated throughout the day. Social studies might be part of your ELA. Math and science might go hand in hand, or even language arts and science. So when students are home, they're going to have the opportunity to work independently, but also work with live teachers. We've also included some remote learning support, and that is more for technical assistance, either through our technology teachers or the technology department. So when kids are struggling with Google Classroom, their sound's not working, things aren't happening, there are times when they can reach out to a live body at our school and get the support that they're going to need to be successful at home. So that is what it looks like, combined our two presentations, if you were going in the A cohort Monday, Tuesday, and then Thursday, Friday. The next schedule we're presenting is for students who have opted to be fully remote. Those kids are not coming into the building. They have opted for the first trimester, all of their learning will be electronic for whatever reason. These, again, will be live teachers working with those students. We will have teachers assigned to those cohorts of students, and that will be their homeroom teacher. So earlier when Mr. Lannon talked about some of our class lists have to shuffle, if I remove Mrs. Fake from my 4th grade rotation because she needs to be remote for whatever reason it is, those students in her class have to be dissolved into the other classrooms. But they will have Mrs. Fake as their remote teacher full-time. There'll be a morning meeting, again, a time to bring the whole classroom together, some screen breaks and transitions. We're going to include synchronous integrated arts, which means live integrated arts classes. So if it was synchronous music, Mr. Carlson would be sitting in the music room on his Chromebook or his device and working with a small group of students and teaching them a live lesson. We felt that just because students have to be home or are choosing to be home, they should get the same educational experience and opportunities that the kids in our building have. And we know that last year, we were missing some of this and lacking. So we are including live integrated arts class. There will be synchronous whole class and small group practice, again, differentiated based on the needs of the students. Lots of screen breaks and transitions. And even though it might say synchronous mass small group, that might be with 5 students, and the other 10 or so in your class might be working independently on some paper and pencil things. We're trying to set up a distribution model so that students not only are doing online work, even if they're full remote, but they will have actual books in their hands. They will have paper and pencil and things that they can actually complete, so they're not on the screen the whole day at home. We know, and we heard loud and clear, that we have to balance the screen time with the paper pencil work. Especially when you start to think about K2 and even 3 through 5. To expect a kindergarten to be online all day long is not really practical or plausible. So we built in a lunch and recess. Again, you need that kind of things. And then we're ending every single day with a closing circle, and it's very much like a morning meeting. It's a time to reflect on the day, talk about the trials and tribulations, what went well and what maybe didn't, and also answer questions for the student and set the stage for the learning for the next day. And again, science and social studies are integrated throughout the day, so even though the schedule might say synchronous whole class math, one day that might be the science lesson that they're doing, and then students are working in small groups or independently, remotely on whatever work the teacher might be assigning. But if you are home full-time remote, you will be assigned to a classroom teacher, and that classroom teacher will be responsible for your remote education, at least for the first trimester, because we're taking it trimester by trimester based on parent requests and student needs.
Will they check in on morning meeting and take attendance?
Yes, attendance is required. So morning meeting is when you're taking attendance. Some of the small group and whole class lessons, they'll be checking in to see which students are participating and then addressing it as needed using the district attendance policy that, or protocol we set.
They will also follow the same schedule as the in-house, so there'll be 4 days, and the Wednesday will be social emotional as well, because these teachers need to participate in the afternoon professional development as well, so they can be all in sync together.
In a guesstimate, how many of your 3rd through 5th graders who are home alone can do this without any adult help?
Even if you didn't have an adult at home, most of your day is going to be set up with an adult on the other end of the screen. Okay. So even during independent work time, Mrs. Faker or whomever is still sitting on her computer working with students ready to attend and assist these students. So if you had, I'm just making it up, but 20 kids in 5th grade and a teacher is assigned to those 20 kids, that's their teacher all day long. And that teacher is available except for during integrated arts and lunch and recess when they need their planning period and their 25-minute lunch and all the things that they get within their contract. So even if you were a 4th grader sitting at home all day by yourself, there's a live teacher on the other side of your computer from 8:30 until about 3:10, ready to assist you and support you.
And Mrs. Faker would know if you were having trouble and couldn't log on, so she could notify somebody.
Yeah, because the kids have access to email the teachers. They can also utilize the Google Hangout and chat with them. Phone calls are available, so if a student couldn't get onto their computer or having Wi-Fi issues, they could call the tech department, they could call our remote learning support, or, of course, the classroom teacher to assist with that.
Part of our job, one of the jobs in the school that's most critical during this time is the school counselor. School counselor will be the one tracking as well, and we, teachers would be reporting to the counselor if somebody was having some difficulties. We would do phone calls, emails, we would visit the house to make sure that they need whatever support they need.
Just because you're home full remote, you should be getting very similar experiences to the kids who are coming in and sitting down in the classroom. So counseling support, there might be Title I, Target Assist, special education. I'll let Dr. De Silver-Napton talk more about that, but these students are going to have support and access to a live adult the entire school day. Whether they're in a small group or they're working independently, they can still reach out to the teacher because the teacher is on the other end of the computer ready for them.
Have you already determined who your teachers are that are gonna be remote is versus?
We have not fully determined that. We're working through the district, there's certain levels that teachers can, request to be a remote teacher. We also might have to look at some teachers that are volunteering, because if our numbers of students support that, we need the teachers to support those kids. So we have some rough.
We've started the process, but
Yeah,
we've not completed.
of interest, but no, we haven't finalized that yet.
Are they, if the ones that you do know, this sounds like a very exciting time to be a teacher, really. Because you're gonna be innovative.
Great work.
You're gonna be innovative, you're gonna work more, unfortunately work more than you have had to. It just seems like an exciting time to be a teacher.
I think it's going to be a lot different from what you saw in the springtime, because a lot of times in the spring, we checked in with kids in the morning, we might have had some small groups, there was a lot of independent practice. Teachers are available in a full remote schedule to work with those students as if they were in the classroom, and little Johnny raises his hand or needs to work with a classroom teacher at that time.
Question for you.
Yes, sir.
On the remote learning.
The full remote?
On
Yes,
full
sir.
remote.
Yes, sir.
Full remote. Will teachers have a designated work area in the school to do this, or?
These
what?
teachers that are full remote are not coming into the building for medical reasons or whatever it might be.
Okay.
So they will be working from home.
Okay.
Just like we have kids who can't come into the school, we're going to have staff for various reasons, and they work through us and the district to approve this sort of thing, but yes.
But their rooms will not be replaced, so if they do want to come in after school hours or any time when there are no kids around, they have full access. So it's going to be case by case whether they come into the building.
Absolutely.
But we are not going to take over their space. They will have a workspace that is their home.
Now, we haven't touched base on special ed. Is that correct?
I think special ed is coming up in the
Yeah.
presentation.
There's more to this presentation.
Oh.
Yeah, we are
Okay.
just talking about a K-5. There's still middle
Yeah.
school
Middle school,
facilities.
special ed, and
Do you
then
want to hear the
rest.
whole thing before?
You wanna
Yeah,
go
we've got,
into
there's
Dave's
more, yeah.
Dave's going to do a middle school
Yeah.
schedule too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes,
there's more to this presentation, so why don't we continue on, and then we can see where you
Thank
want to
you.
go. All right, David is going to talk about middle school.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, of course, middle school has to be difficult, because it's not like elementary school where, I was going to get it, thank you. So, unlike elementary
just
school where you
special.
have one teacher providing instruction in one classroom all day, we predicate ourselves on moving around. And that is a big part of middle school. So we have a challenge here. So let me show you what we're going to do. This, right now, you're going to see is the 6th, 7th, and 8th grade schedule. So we're not going to give you 17 schedules, but I want to give you, this is a typical in-school day for a student. So whether you're in the A cohort, the B cohort, or a full remote, we're going to turn that into one slide rather than two, like the elementaries. So our challenge, as I said, is keeping those cohorts small, but the nature of middle school is that we have kids who have algebra and pre-algebra, and they have direct instruction services, and they cross those bubbles. So we're trying very hard to limit the numbers of people and classes. So when we're doing this schedule, this is a combination of live, in person, and virtual. So the teacher who may not be there is going to come into the classroom and present the lesson. So the schedule, again, we're going to have to stagger our arrival, but in middle school, the drop-off's a little bit different. Parents usually slow down to about 5 miles an hour. So we're going to give about an extra 10 or 15 minutes for arrival time. Again, we'll go up a normal day. We have core classes of 55 minutes long, and STEAM classes of 40 minutes long. So what you're seeing on an average day is that they would have 4 cores, and if you look at the blue down at the bottom, that's 6th grade. So the blue is what we call STEAM classes, and the green is our core classes. And so a child will get 4 cores, 2 STEAMs, and then you see a purple area under each grade level. So that is our shock block, if you will, but it's really an academic support time. Some students need an extra hit in a certain subject area. Other students need remediation and help. So that's a time of day we're going to use to kind of help provide support across the building. Now, as I said, instead of 2 schedules, what I'd like to show you is, and again, might be hard to see, but it may be a little bit easier to understand. So what you're looking at is a 6th, and I can't walk that way, right? Can I walk over towards that? The camera, is that possible? So, again, you're a 6th grader and you're in the A cohort, but you could be in the B cohort, because A cohort, they come to school on Monday and Tuesday, and then they're remote learning Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. The B cohort is in the building on Thursday and Friday, and remote Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. And then, I don't know if we've given you any numbers, but we have about 35 families at Hampton Academy that have requested full-time remote. So they're going to have the exact same schedule. So whether you're in cohort A, cohort B, or fully remote, here's your schedule. We'll give it a shot. The red areas all the way across are language arts classes. So if you're here on Monday and Tuesday, you will have a live language arts class. On Thursday and Friday, you will also have language arts at the exact same time. We heard that from parents last year, that kids really need a structure and a schedule. If they don't have something, again, Mr. Lannon and Mr. Sadler did a great job. Those check-ins that we're going to start the day off with, they call it morning meeting, we call it advisory, but those are so vitally important whether you're in the building or out of the building. The goal here is to maximize our time in the building and out of the building. So the red, orange, yellow, and green, again, are our core classes. And for 6th graders, what we try to do is we give them that all in the morning. They're still young kids. They need to do kind of all the work in the morning. In the afternoon is when they'll be able to have their STEM or STEAM classes. The way we're going to offer it is by trimester. So I'm limiting the number of integrated arts people that are going into classrooms. Some will go into the classrooms, and some will project live into a classroom, because I'm trying to limit their exposure to kids and the kids' exposure to the teachers. So if you see that it says live or remote, it's one of the both. Okay. One of the things that we really were fortunate that we could do is we're going to be able to offer band and chorus. So you're in the A cohort, you come to school Monday and Tuesday, and you're doing live lessons. So basically you have a live lesson every period, unless the teacher remotes in, which is a virtual live lesson. Wednesday, at the middle school, we do advisory. We also do team meetings, because if you remember, we're broken into teams. So I'm bringing half a team in on Monday and Tuesday, and half a team on Thursday and Friday. Those numbers are pretty small. We're going to try to make those numbers even smaller, because if we know anything about middle schoolers, is that you gotta say it, keep saying it. So I really want to have at least 2 sets of eyes on every kid, if possible. So they have their core teacher, and then they have what we call a mentor teacher. I have about 40 adults in the building, between teachers, case managers, STEAM teachers, and integrated arts. So I'm trying to match every teacher up with 10 kids, and I believe the elementary schools are going to do the same thing. And there's going to be mandatory check-ins. I don't like the word mandatory, but it's like you're expected to check in at 8:05, and really a check-in with a teacher is maybe 5-10 minutes long. But they could also, on that Wednesday, we'll definitely have activities, and we'll have, I apologize, my mask keeps sliding down off my nose. But we'll have big group activities and small group activities on that social emotional Wednesday. And then on Thursday and Friday, when that cohort is home, you can see they follow the same schedule that as if they were in the building, with language arts, social studies, math, science, and again, in the afternoon, they're going to have an option to do their STEAM classes. On Thursday, we're actually going to be able to do music remotely. So we can do band and chorus with the kids. I can have bigger classes because they're meeting all virtually. So those students, and again, the arts really needs to survive here. But every one of those STEAM classes is by a trimester. So a trimester is roughly 80 to 90 days. So again, the kids are going to have that every other day. So they're going to have about 40 to 45 classes of STEAM in that time. One of the things that we want to do is again, not overwhelm kids whether they're in the building or out of the building. So instead of remixing them, they will stay in their cohort. One of the challenges, as I said before, is middle school kids love to move, and I have to get them to move. So we have outdoor education areas that we're going to use. I know that our plan calls for lunches in the classroom, but I have a beautiful campus and I have a lot of outside area. I would love to be able to use that for lunches and classroom areas, but we're working on that because, again, I have to guarantee that there's enough time for the custodial staff to clean, and I don't want to be making more of a mess, more places, particularly when our custodians are trying to keep a building safe and healthy. And again, it says, if you check out the Thursday and Friday, these virtual live check-ins are every hour, and there's a math teacher, a social studies teacher, a science and a language arts teacher there to help. And sometimes they will cross grade levels, so that person will be there to help 6th, 7th, and 8th graders. Questions?
At the end of Friday, what is that light blue block? I can't see it very well.
So this is an independent work session.
Okay.
Again, when they talked about synchronous and asynchronous, we're going to kind of add another couple of vocabulary words. We're going to talk about flipped classrooms or blended classrooms, where it's a combination of live instruction and probably something that has to be watched or videoed.
Okay, I guess my question is, you have that on Friday, so the Thursday, Friday group gets that, but the Monday, Tuesday group doesn't get that?
Well, they're at home. They're at home. Yeah, it's gonna. Well, I'll flip the schedule for the other kids.
Oh, okay.
So they'll
All right,
start.
okay.
Yeah.
All right, that's fine.
But this is the A cohort. So
Okay,
the
all
B
right.
cohort will just flip everything, and that would probably be on
Okay.
Monday.
Perfect.
Dave, Wednesday's half day then, across the board for
We'll
everyone?
we'll be in contact with kids in the first half of the day, but the staff is working on professional development. We do staff meetings, and quite honestly, there are special ed meetings, there's vertical meetings, there's curriculum meetings, there's team. Wednesday is a valuable commodity.
Okay.
Yes.
When the children are in school, are they in one classroom, or are they gonna be passing
No,
through the halls?
and I apologize, because I should have started with that. So it's a team model, and so in the 6th grade, I have I have 8 teachers, 2 language arts, so we'll split the team, and it'll be about, because our incoming 6th grade is about 120 students, there's going to be about 9 students on each one of the cohorts in each classroom, and the kids will stay still, and the teachers will move.
Okay, thank you.
And so logistically, that is a whole different thing we could talk hours about, but we're working on that as we've been working over the last 2 weeks. And again, I don't think we have every detail. I think we have some refinement to do, and I need to make sure that students get all the services, just like special education students and my algebra students and pre-algebra, and don't mention world language because so I can't, I'm having a difficult time making sure I keep everybody in a bubble. But that's middle school kids. Half of middle school is to be social. And I'm asking them to be responsible and safe during a pandemic. And we'll get there. We just have to work. Kids will rise to the level of expectation. No question.
Question for you. Teachers move.
Yes.
What about the safety precautions? Now, I have teacher A that's been in room A.
Yep.
Then I have teacher B coming into room A. And I have teacher C coming into room A.
Well, I'm afraid we thought about that.
Well, no, what I'm finishing is, in the other schools, it's one teacher per room.
Yep.
Okay? They come back the next day, it's the same teacher per room, Wednesday, cleanse day. I don't see how we're moving teachers, and the safety precaution, if somebody is ill,
Well, it's this screening that will happen, and you have to trust that I don't think a staff member would come to work if they thought they were sick. In fact, that's
What
it's
happens if they
encouraging
don't know?
not to. But we've looked at carts for each teacher, so at least they can move their computer, and it's actually almost like a presentation stand as well. So when they come in, they'll have some of the materials. And again, they've been on the same team, so they'll preload the rooms if they need other materials or motivations.
And they're all together. I mean, each team is.
Yeah, they're directly next door or
Right,
across the
go
hall.
across the hall. They're not going from here
Well,
way over to there.
some of our STEAM teachers may do that, but that's where I've said that we're gonna try to limit that, because we might have the STEAM teacher Skype into the classroom instead of having that teacher physically come down, because I wanna limit their exposure. STEAM teachers work with half the building, in some cases, and so I don't wanna expose them to 200 kids, so we're gonna work and do a combination of remote and in-class lessons, but they'll always be live while we're in the building. Questions?
Frank, you're right, because if you go to room B, you're bringing room A's germ with you, and then you go to C, you're bringing A, B, and C.
But that's only one person going.
Right, so it's only one
Right.
person exposed, unless you're that one person, it's okay, I
well,
guess.
it depends on how
But-
many classes, okay? So if you have, how many teachers you got moving constantly?
Well, if I
How many,
may,
in other words, you've
I
got
mean, I think,
six, seven
I
to
think
eight.
people have brought up the points, and Dave, you can consider what people are saying.
Yep.
I don't think it's our job to kind of micromanage and second.
Well, I think it's very important.
Well, I know, and the points been
And
given to
may I
him.
try to answer that? So, we realize,
There's,
Yep.
I'm sorry, Dave.
we have protocols in place, and we realize that middle school was a challenge. In fact, that's why you see
Yeah.
most middle schools and high schools aren't doing
'Cause
a
they're doing
a hybrid, because it is challenging. But you know what? I don't think there's any substitute for, even if I can be that far away from you, you can teach me. But if, I gotta get these kids in the building.
You do, Dave, and it's gonna promote,
Yeah.
it's gonna bring its own challenges. And the
Yep.
questions that we're asking, parents are asking sitting home. So it's good that they're
And so
hearing from you.
we're working on that.
Yeah.
We have protocols, and Keith has done a great job, so I'm gonna let him speak to those.
Well, I just wanted to step up to let you know that the expectation, I'm sure Amy and Andrew will share, is that they would be washing their hands and masking as they change rooms. Their social distancing. Yes, it's very challenging. I think our kids in Hampton are very lucky to actually go to school and meet their teacher, have a locker, and know that they belong to an institution and that they're going to get education. But the teachers and the students will be following all social protocols for social distancing, CDC for washing their hands. You're going to hear from the health office soon, and they're going to talk about temperatures, how we're logging temperatures of teachers coming and going. So we've got to keep the vid out of our buildings, and that starts at the front door getting on the bus. And that applies for instructors and for students. Thank you.
So if we could continue on, I think Lois is going to talk a little bit about student services. Thank you, David.
All righty. So, each and every student in Hampton deserves an equal opportunity to learn. Nationwide, the move to remote has exacerbated some of the disparities. And we in Hampton are working very hard, and this plan is helping us to close some of those gaps. So in our pre-K, the pre-K is a special education program, and they will be having extended learning. I'll talk a little bit about what that means. The experiential learning program in grades 6 through 8, they will also be receiving extended learning. Specialized instruction will be provided in person as much as can safely occur. So the extended learning means that some of these students, and this is a case-by-case basis, and I'm working very closely with the case managers, some of them may require more than the 2 days that the principals have been discussing. So there are 4 days of learning altogether, as you've seen. Some of our students may require to come in 3 days, 4 days, or they may get 2 days with some intensive, more intense remote on those other days. So extended learning has many faces, and we are preparing it with the case managers and the students' need, my case by case. The related services will also occur in person to the best extent possible, and special ed team meetings, we will continue to hold them remotely. At this point, we don't need to have a lot of extra people in and out of the buildings. Evaluations, so we are glad to be able to do some of the evaluations in person with a plexiglass shield now with our school psychologist. Again, it's based on all of the social distancing, and we have a special plexiglass that has a space in the bottom so the school psychologist can pass papers back and forth. Hand sanitizer, all that stuff. Contracted providers for the special education services will be allowed to come in and out of the building. So those are our BCBAs, our speech pathologists, OTs, PTs, music, anyone who has to work with our kids. As you can see, if you're hard of hearing, just this mask alone is going to make the classroom setting challenging. So we've got a lot of challenges ahead of us. Specialized transportation will be provided with additional sanitizing. And detailed guidance is coming regarding the compliance and the recovery services of compensatory ed with the executive order number 48. That's it.
So if parents are sitting, listening,
Yes.
you're assuring them that any student who has an IEP is going to have those services.
Any student who has an IEP is going to have the services that they require, and it's based on their individual needs. So we are looking at all the students, case by case, every case manager, each student. Depends on how much services they need. But yes, their services in their IEP will be covered.
How about our out-of-place district placement?
So I'm working with the out-of-district placements, and they, again, are doing the same thing we're doing, trying to figure out where they all stand. We have 8 different schools I'm working with. So that, again, I'm nailing those down as I have individual meetings with all of those places. I'm working on that right now.
Yeah, and
A lot
again,
to think about.
I brought it up last year, I'm gonna continue to bring it out. The parents of those children need support too.
Of the
Because nobody ever imagined that they'd be going from March until now without any without the out-of-district services. So I hope that we check in on them too.
Yeah,
Because
absolutely. So I am the case manager for all those out-of-district students, and I absolutely will be checking with those families. And those students, by the way, did receive some services. They weren't kind of, left hanging. They have been receiving some services, but certainly not the same as going to school full-time, face-to-face.
Right.
Understood.
What about the experimental learning? That's Bonnie Heath, correct?
So that's at Hampton Academy.
Yes.
It's grades 6 through 8. And the students that are the most needy and have our lowest incidence disabilities really require more learning in face-to-face. So that is that whole program, those students that are in that program are going to be coming to Hampton Academy for more than the 2 days. So it's going to look a little different than what you saw.
So they'll have at least 4 days.
They'll have 3 or 4 days in school, and again, I'm working with the case manager and with the principals to say what classes can they go into, what classes are we going to have pull-out services. That's one thing I didn't mention. If we do pull-out services, they'll be in groups of no more than 4 in a resource room, and they will be social distancing with masks. And we are limiting the push-in services, meaning like what you were talking about. I can't have a special ed teacher going into this class, that class, and that class. So that will be limited.
And how many, just number, are in that program, or are you anticipating that program?
In the ELP program,
10.
8, 10. There you go. 10. Thank you, Dave.
That's if all come.
True.
Some may choose remote.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lois. So moving on, Keith is going to, Ms. Lassard is going to talk about facilities.
Hi. That's up there on the board. Cleaning is ongoing throughout the school day. It's stepped up on cleaning on Monday, Tuesdays, as well as on Thursdays and Fridays. Deep cleaning on Wednesdays and Saturdays. Restrooms, stair handrails, commonly touched surfaces wiped down approximately every 2 hours during the school day. We will provide classrooms with necessary and appropriate cleaning supplies as needed. We'll talk about indoor air quality. As always, indoor air quality plays an important role in a student's education, especially in the worldwide COVID pandemic. Please know that we have incorporated I-Wave air purification systems in the HVAC, unit ventilators, and freestanding units in other occupied spaces as necessary. Social distancing and signage. We will be deploying it throughout the buildings, on the walls, floors, ceilings, doors, and windows to remind the importance of washing your hands, sanitizing your hands, keeping a safe social distance, reminding to wear your face mask, along with the school signs of expectations of behavior. Plexiglass. Hampton School District has procured sneeze guards for common office spaces, classroom desks as necessary, and will adjust or add more as necessary. Outside users. We would like to keep the use of the facility inside the building to the students and staff, and that outside building users be kept out of the buildings and review the use after the first trimester. It is felt that this is the best way to provide the safety necessary during this unprecedented time in light of the pandemic. There are a couple of exceptions that we had already previously committed to. One is the primary, and the other is we have an emergency blood drive. Outside use of school grounds will be permitted. This has been one of the most difficult times for everybody, especially in education. I know it is for everybody out there. But it is just to reflect upon how many gears have been motivated and changed. And Ginny, you say it's an exciting time. And it is an exciting time. It's also a very scary time. Because now we're all frontline workers. So this is why it's just so important to follow all the safety protocols that we can. And that we keep, I call it the vid, outside of our buildings. It's very difficult to have to say no to outside building users.
The host has joined the conference.
It's very difficult to provide everything for plexiglass until we know what's going to be needed. It's very difficult to decide on what type of scheduling for cleaning. And this is so that we can provide a safe learning environment for the kids. And thank you for your support.
Question.
Yes.
Masks, will they be provided to the students as well as the staff?
I believe the expectation is that students and staff will bring their own mask or wear their own mask. We have provided masks for when people forget them or if they get damaged through the day. We have talked about face shields and masks for working closely with people that we've procured some. We're procuring a few that have the opening for the face. We've also got some shields with drapes. So it's been less than 6 months, and we're learning so much more every single day on how to make people safe. So we are trying to procure masks. We have masks. I don't know, that we can afford to give everybody a new mask every day. And I hate to say it that way, but when you go to the grocery store, you see how much a mask costs. And you multiply that times, you know, it's thousands and thousands of dollars by the time you go through the school year. I find that people are probably more comfortable in their own mask. I have not heard a lot of pushback about providing masks, but we are more than happy to provide masks. We are providing a few cloth masks for everybody and for the students, but I don't know about for every, you know, a change of 5 for every day.
I'm just saying, the person comes off the bus,
We have
forgets
a
his
mask.
at home.
We have a
Yes,
mask.
Just like you go to the grocery store, there's a table there,
we
you don't
will
have a
have-
mask, we provide it.
That's right, that's an expectation. We are going to do that.
Yep, we have
And
that.
when a little kid sneezes because he has an allergy, we're going to have a mask for him.
Keith, when you you're gonna put cleaning supplies in the classroom?
As needed.
Okay, just remind people, because I mean, we've been doing this since March with the little kids. It's very easy to go to clean something and you get distracted and it stays on a table rather than going up on the high shelf. So just remind people to just, it's tough.
Yes, I think that we're going to have to do some adjusting and some learning as we go. Thank you for the advice. We appreciate it.
It's just, I've noticed it that, you know, you just get busy in this new thing and you're trying to clean everything in sight, and it's interesting.
It is interesting.
Interesting and exciting.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Keith, just real quick, I know you mentioned Saturday would be a cleaning of the school. Are you anticipating overtime for people to do that? Or are you gonna adjust their schedule so somebody's regular day is Saturday? Or you don't know yet?
I really wish I didn't have any idea of what you're talking about, but we don't know how it's going to go and how long everything is going to take, to be perfectly honest with you.
Okay.
Mariah, I have asked Mariah for an additional part-time person in each building to come in during the day for 4 hours. I do not know how Saturday and Wednesday are going for deep cleaning. I would hope I would be able to limit any overtime, but I don't know how long it's actually going to take to provide the safest environment.
Okay, I'm guessing, why wouldn't Saturday take this same amount of time as a Wednesday?
It would, but are we going to have an example, if we have 4 people in one building, we're going to have 4 people on Wednesday and 4 people on Saturday? Or are we going to have 2 people on Wednesday, 2 people on Saturday?
That's
what we got to
asking you.
figure out. That's, yeah, but thank you for asking. I mean, we've got to figure that out.
Sure.
Have you considered doing a trial run on a deep cleaning before the kids come in? So timing it and looking at what pitfalls you may look at or come across?
We have. We
have. You done it?
We have and we haven't, okay? I mean, we have because we can walk through it. We haven't because we haven't seen the obstacles that we'll face once the building's occupied.
Thank you, Keith.
Thank you.
And Greg was going to talk about technology.
So, as I mentioned earlier, we are well on our way to becoming one-to-one across the whole district, kindergarten through grade 8. We have some Chromebooks on order. That becomes a tricky situation with everybody in the world looking for Chromebooks. I've been assured that they should be here soon. I'm in constant communication, and we're hoping, keeping fingers crossed, that we'll have the 340, I think it was, devices in hand before the start of school. In case we don't, we can always reuse the devices that were coming off a lease last year as I've bought them. So we should still be pretty close to one-to-one if we ran into that, and I don't think it'd be that long afterwards, because we're buying Acers, which are not the #1 brand that everybody's buying. A lot of people buying Lenovo because they're a little cheaper. Acer's a little bit more money, so I think that people backed off from buying those. And to me, I said I just need something here for September. We'll figure out that cost, because we've had problems with Lenovo as it was anyway, so we were looking to move from to something else anyways. So we're looking at one-to-one devices. They should be in place so that every student will have it assigned to them. There'll be a sticker on it. In day 1, we can hand it out to them. That'll be assigned to them. We're also looking at the software and hardware that we need to make this successful. So we've renewed just about all the software that the teachers were using last year. And we've added some additional software. So some of the software we have in place is Mystery Science, Learning A to Z, Brain Pop, Tumble Books, Pebble Go, Text Help, Typing Agent, Ginzy, IXL Learning, Discovery Education, Vocabulary City, SumDog, Renaissance Learning, iReady, GoGuardian Suite is new. We are adding some additional features from GoGuardian. What that will actually do is make it so, regardless of the teacher, they'll have their students, as if they were in their classroom, they'll be able to see every device in front of them when the child logs on. So it ties into the Google Classroom, and they can see that child's computer screen and help them right through there. And GoGuardian actually just added a new feature where you could actually do video conferencing through that as well. But with that in mind, since we've been using Google Hangouts Meet, we've added in Google Hangouts Meet through the Google Enterprise Edition. We went ahead and purchased that because there's new features that will come with Enterprise Edition that will allow teachers to take attendance right through the video conferencing software. They'll be able to do breakout rooms like Zoom, and they'll be able to do a lot of those features that you see through the Zoom platform in Hangouts Meet, all allowing us to still capture those analytics and still being very tied into the Google platform that we've become very accustomed to over the past 6 years in this district. We're also purchasing WeVideo across the district, so students can create video and teachers can create video. It's a video editing program. We're purchasing, as we mentioned earlier, Seesaw for the earlier grades, so they'll have a more appropriate, grade-appropriate learning management system, much the same as the older kids are using Google Classroom. Seesaw will be the platform for the younger kids. We're also purchasing Screencastify, so teachers can record their screen and their voice at the same time, so that we have those asynchronous lessons. That's where the teacher could record themselves, and it's not always having to be someone the child's not familiar with. They'll hear their teacher's voice. They'll be able to see on a platform and on a device that they're familiar with as the teacher is recording the screen and things that they would be used to using. And last but not least, ClassLink that we've always used to do single sign-on and make it easier for children to find shortcuts to things to log into. We're also looking at some additional hardware. So some of the hardware that we're looking at, as I talked about, we purchased the end-of-lease devices. So not only if we can get those new Chromebooks in place, we can also then use some of those Chromebooks that came off of lease and use them as additional replacements, so when a child's device breaks, we have plenty of devices that will be around that we can easily swap one out and give them another, and they don't have to lose any time in learning. And if any of that is left over, if we deem that, hey, we have plenty of devices for replacement, there still could be a number of them left over that we could sell back and get additional money, as Chromebooks are so hard to come by these days. We could get some of that revenue back on devices as the dust settles and we figure out what we need and how everything's working. We may be able to sell some of those back. We're also looking at getting additional power supplies, so every classroom will have a couple extra power supplies. So if a child, well, the expectation will be that you'll bring home your device every night and charge it. And if you're in the remote atmosphere, obviously the power supply is there, but when you come in on Monday, if you forgot to bring in that power supply and you need to charge it during the day, we'll have like 2 extra power supplies in every room. The cost of a power supply is about $30 a piece, so if you do that math, it gets pretty expensive pretty quickly to do a whole lot of power supplies, so we'll have a couple of those. We're also getting some document cameras per request of some of the teachers, so that if a child is remote and not in that same class with the teacher, or even if the teacher's trying to keep that social distance in the classroom, they can show off what they're doing right there in the pen and paper atmosphere digitally by having the camera shoot down on what they're doing and share with the child through digitally what's happening right in front of them with their hands with that document camera. We're also purchasing additional webcams. As you can imagine, everybody these days needs and wants a webcam because we're all doing this sort of video conferencing, so those are kind of hard to come by. I have like 6 more on order. That's just to outfit secretaries. Just about everybody else should have a webcam that's working so that everybody and anybody can take part in video conferencing. And last but not least, supporting all teachers and supporting staff and supporting parents. We've just started yesterday building a website that will be a support website. It's going to be, forgive me, I forget the URL. We just bought it this morning. I think it's like sau90help.org. And people will be able to go there and choose whether they're a student, parent, or a teacher. And then there'll be a page built out with links to training videos and shortcuts and how you can submit a ticket and how you can also get help by one of us remoting in, whether it's us or a teacher, using remote desktop or such to be able to go in and help support the child on their device, or the parent or the teacher. And last but not least, COVID-19 resources will be posted on our district website. We have a page that we've been building out since the beginning of this in March, and anytime there's a letter that has to go out, a document from the state, or even recommended resources of books and things like that, we're posting them on that COVID-19 resource page where parents can go and get that information. But a lot going on, a lot of technology that's coming and going and in flux.
On the very first day that students start school, some students will be remote. Will they have their Chromebooks ready to go?
Once again, in the perfect world that we get those Chromebooks in, everybody will get the one that we intended for. If we get word a week out that, hey, they're not showing up, we're going to do some last minute shuffle. They'll probably get back their old one that was end of lease. But how
We'll
they
make
get it
sure
out,
the kids get their Chromebooks who are remote on the first day of school.
Yeah, I would defer that to the principals and how they will get
Okay.
those, but
Yeah.
yes.
All right,
Yep.
okay,
They
great.
they have
Thank
a
you.
plan for dissemination. That's a
Thank you.
great question. Thank you.
I'm a staff member, and I'm okay with technology, but not that okay with technology. I'm not gonna learn from remote learning, technical online thing, because I don't know how to get to it. So what do you get for help for me?
Well, the beautiful part is that I've been in the building, and so has my team since June. We are there every day. So we are there for that support. So a teacher at any point, if they're not comfortable learning through the remote atmosphere, can always stop in our office. We just put our mask on. We have a big office where we can have plenty of social distancing space. And thank God, Smart donated a smart board to us that we have in our office that we've transformed into a Promethean board. But we have a class atmosphere right there in our office where we could do some one-on-one training with the teachers. So.
Okay.
Yeah, and we can always go, if they can't come from another building, we can always go to them if it's okay. I know we have to limit visitation, so we'll have to figure that out. So, but we have a nice separate entrance to our office. It's separate than the rest of the building, so people can come and go right out of that door, and really the only office that gets affected is us, so.
Okay, good question. Well, it's just a question, you know, seriously.
It's a great question.
But there'll be PD training prior to school starting. All
Right.
teachers are gonna participate in training on all of the aspects that Greg had mentioned, so hopefully we'll have enough time to get that training in.
And Wednesdays are available for PD as well, so remember that second half of the day on those Wednesdays are available for teachers to do some training, so a little bit more of a relaxed atmosphere where it's not crunch, and oh my God, I have kids in front of me, and how do I do this? It can be that. And we've talked about having some of the computer teachers available as well to be some of that support. So then, they're sometimes more familiar with that person. They're able to, understand a little better what is exactly they're struggling with and help them, so. Any other
Thank you,
questions for me?
Thank you, Greg.
Thank you.
Kathy Connolly, thank you so much for being here. The nurses have been sitting in on the state calls on Fridays at 12 noon and taking notes and sharing that, and had the opportunity to have a remote conversation with the three of them last week and talked about the messages that we thought would be important to share this evening. So thank you for participating in those calls, and thanks for coming tonight.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you for inviting me. I'm glad to be able to be here. And like Dr. Costa said, we have been working with Dr. Chan and Dr. Talbert on the weekly support calls for school nurses. I believe we have those on Fridays. And it's been very resourceful because we're able to ask questions to these physicians and be able to get some reliable information. So we're after working with the other two nurses in our district, Amy and Karen, we've kind of put together a little document here giving you an overview on what our day is going to look like as far as the interventions we'll be doing to keep our staff and our students safe and healthy. Daily screenings. Students right now are going to, the plan is to have them answer a series of the screening questions at home and have their temperature checked by their parent or guardian. They will then have to log in, and this, we're talking about Power School right now, Greg, was the last, we were looking at various apps. We still have to map out how we're going to have them actually relay that information to us, but we did decide that, let's say for Center School and Marston School, they may have to have this completed by 8 o'clock in the morning. Hampton Academy, obviously, is going to be a little bit earlier. So that's still in the works as far as the actual device that we're going to use to submit this data. Okay, so the staff, as of now, we're planning to have them answer their screening questions and have their temperatures checked upon arrival to school. So they will walk through our scanner,
We have
right?
a COVID-19 screening kiosk for each school that's on order, and I was told in an email just, or text a few minutes ago that it will be here tomorrow.
Nice, okay.
So we'll be able to get those set up, test them out, try it out.
Yeah, I'd like to be a part of that, yeah, if I could come in and play, that would be great. That's how I learned.
As soon as we get them, we'll let you know.
Very handsome.
Yeah, we'll get them set up so we can test that out, but there'll be kiosks where people come in the door and
Yeah.
get checked right away.
And so we're, you know, the question, I'm just, my concern is like the backup of teachers. So again, we'll have to do the staggering, like we're gonna be doing with our students, okay? So we'll keep distance between the staff and hopefully get them through smoothly and efficiently so they can get on with their day. Staff will also, all right, we already said that, we'll have, they'll have their temperatures checked before entering the building. The screening questions and the temperature check for students will be monitored using the app that I was just talking about. And we're looking at Power School, Google Sheets, still to be determined, right? All right, so once we know that, then we can get some training on using that. Face masks and face shields and PPE. Once in the buildings, the staff and the students will be required to wear a cloth mask at all times except for when eating or drinking. Mask breaks will be scheduled into the school day, and these breaks will occur outside while maintaining a 6-foot distance between students. Masks that contain any type of vent, for example, the N95 mask, will not be allowed as they allow the person, the wearer's respiratory droplets to come through the vent. However, if the N95 mask is medically necessary, for example, if a teacher has a suppressed immune system, okay, they would need the N95 mask if they're working closely with a student because it's going to protect them from getting the other person's droplet. So if it's medically necessary and there is a physician's order saying this person needs to wear the N95, then they'll be able to wear it. But generally speaking, cloth masks or something like I have on, like a procedure mask, would be the type that we're looking to have. The district will supply 2 cloth face masks for each staff member, as well as any student who may need one, right? We had decided on that. So, but again, if we have like the same kid coming in, oh, I forgot my mask again, that could get a little tricky with pricing, the cost. Students should have their name written on their mask, and each student, now this is a recommendation from the state, have a brown paper bag. I'm not sure why a brown paper bag as opposed to a Ziploc plastic bag, but they're recommending a brown paper bag. If the child is having a mask break outside, their labeled mask is going in a labeled bag to keep it clean, I guess, right? Students should have, face masks should be washed on a regular basis. I don't know, one of the other nurses said by hand. She wanted me to add that in, but I'm not really sure why, because the more reading I'm doing with the CDC and the Department of Health and Human Services, they're saying you can either machine wash them or hand wash them. So I don't know if we're going to get the compliance with the hand washing thing. As long as they're washed on a regular basis, that's all we're concerned about. The nurses will have the option of wearing scrubs so that we're not taking home the germs back to our families. It's something that you can, or we talked about white lab coats to keep some of the droplets off us, and it's something that we can just easily launder at home. Face shields will also be needed when assessing a symptomatic student or staff member. So if you're Ginny coming in and you have a cough, not only am I going to have my face mask, but I'll have goggles or a face shield in addition to that. And so, also when working closely with, say, a special education student, okay, that child, we talked about the lip reading, they have clear masks so the student can see the person's lips, but in addition to that, they would need a face shield if they're in close proximity to that child. Social distancing, students will be required to stay 6 feet apart from others. Sitting on the floor, this was just brought up in last week's state meeting, sitting on the floor in the classroom will be discouraged as it's not sanitary, and also makes it more difficult to control the proximity of the students. They're going to be wiggling around more, especially the little ones at center school. They're going to be moving around unless there's some way we can have a clearly marked box that they have to stay in, but we're discouraging learning from the floor, like in circles and things like that. And then we talked about the integrated arts and the schedule, how the integrated arts teachers are going to be coming into the classroom rather than having the students travel through the halls. And classroom and hallway floors will be clearly marked, showing the accepted distance to stand while around others. So those little reminders, like we see in the grocery store, the tape on the floor and things like that, we'll have that all mapped out. Correct, Mr. Lassard? And then hygiene, as we know, this is a very, very important skill to hand washing to keep ourselves healthy and others around us. Hand washing with soap and water for at least 20 seconds will be encouraged and monitored. Hand sanitizer will be readily available in the classrooms. There will be dispensers throughout the school buildings as well. And we're still going to encourage cough etiquette. Even though we have our mask on, we're still going to remind those kids, just cover your mouth, put your elbow here. Don't, it's not going to take away from the cough etiquette. So these expectations are going to be reviewed with the students as part of their orientation, maybe their morning meeting, but they will be reviewed and monitored, and we'll be saying the same thing again and again and again, but that's okay. We need to keep enforcing this. And then what do we do if we have a positive case? If we have a positive case response, the school really needs to have a plan for a rapid response for the student. So if we have somebody who we're suspicious of, someone who's in school, who's showing symptoms, having a fever, we need to act quickly, get that child home, and seen as sooner rather than later. Typically, someone doesn't show symptoms right away. If they, as we know, they can be asymptomatic. But if we do have a suspected case at school, and the student showing signs of COVID, they'll be assessed by the school nurse, placed in an isolation room, which we have designated for each school at this point, and then they're going to be sent home, and a doctor's note will be needed for reentry, just to let us know they're in the clear. And then we're also going to follow the recommendations as they evolve through the New Hampshire Department of Health and Human Services. So that is rapidly changing every day. It was just online today, and it was different from yesterday. So it's, we're going to just follow their recommendations, and also finally advise the staff and families of sick students to stay home, to not come to school if they're not feeling well. So, any questions? Yep.
Going back to the masks.
Yep.
Okay, according to the CDC, and this is the latest information that came out, I think a day or two ago, they're saying the N95 mask, cloth masks, and surgical masks is what you're wearing. But the ones that have the least resistance are those pull-up bandana type deals.
Yep.
So are we looking at banning them from the school?
I-
Because those are
yeah.
the least, and
Those, yeah.
droplets
I
do
mean, yeah.
travel right
So,
through.
and their kids are gonna, and they're not gonna stay on their face like this would, or just a cloth mat that's shaped like this and around the ear. I don't know, I don't think we've banned them, but it's something to think about. Regulate it, how, like, we have to make sure that they have the mask on. And then if you tell a parent, this mask isn't approved, because right now they're saying cloth face covering. Yeah, something, yeah. Yep, and.
I can imagine if a student shows up with a gator,
Yep,
that you could give them
one of these.
one of those
Yep.
masks
Yep.
and just advise them that this would be preferable.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't think parents would give you a hard time about that.
No, I don't think so either, but if we start banning, I mean, we're saying, okay, the N95 mask, we don't want the general population to wear, because they do, when they have the exhalation valve, allow those droplets to come out. But my doctor's ordering me to wear one, put it that way. She says you're not to go back to work unless you have the N95 mask on. So when certain cases like that, we're gonna have to allow it. But yeah, if a kid's just coming in with a bandana, we may want to review with them and say, this type of mask would be better than that. If we're providing it, yeah. I mean, and we have the ability to do that, so, yeah.
And second thing,
Yep.
based on the latest statistics we have for the Northeast, that was posted in the Boston Globe and televised on Channel 10, we have in New Hampshire over 291,000 kids. That's our population base. 442 tested positive between the July 3rd through the 15th. 9 are hospitalized.
Right,
Massachusetts has a higher number.
right.
So does Maine. So
We know we're gonna have, someone's gonna test positive, we know that, so we have to be
So
prepared.
we have protocols that are going to be in place
Yep.
for that
Yeah,
you mentioned.
for that positive case response, and needs to be mapped out, like, well, what's the next step gonna be? I think that's gonna be more of like an admin, we need to say, if this happens, what are we gonna do? Are we staying open, are we staying closed, what, you know?
Well, other school districts, when they have the tested positive incident, had to close down for 14 days in quarantine
'Cause you don't know
to see
who's
if
been-
anyone else got it.
When you don't know who's been in contact with the person who tested positive, so that's a very good point, Frank. Yep.
So that will be something, Lois, that you and your administrators will need to work out.
That's right.
Sort of a guideline on.
yeah.
This happens, this happens,
Like
this
an alg-
happens,
an
this
algorithm.
happens, this,
Yeah,
you know,
just
you and the
map it
nurses
out.
will have to
Yeah.
work on that.
Who is right now, I think it's changing, right?
Right.
So what we originally had planned had changed because things are changing, but we're gonna rely on, obviously, our nurses
Yep.
to determine what we need to do to keep everyone safe.
Yes, and nurses we love algorithms, because like when you're doing your, I used to do rapid response in the hospital, and it's like, okay, if this happens, if the patient's doing this, do this, if the patient's doing that, and it gives you a flow chart to kind of follow, so it's comforting in a way, to have that, so, yeah, we definitely still need to get that in place.
Maybe plan for our next meeting in September, which is September 8th, might be timely to make sure we have that response. And by then, we should have, right, clear, yeah, because it has changed.
The
Yeah.
other point
Yep.
is the child that registers 98.6
Yep.
at home because they've taken Tylenol.
Correct.
And noontime they're spiking. What happens
Yes,
at that?
they go home. They're
Okay.
home. They're out of here. Like, I mean, and I've been, one thing that I've done with this whole remote thing since March is I've really been more in tune with the National School Nurses Association.
Yeah.
And it's been a wealth of information. And say nurses in Arizona said, look, well, it's 100+ degrees and these kids are coming in. How accurate is the temperature going to be? Do we wait till they come into the school and let their body's temperature come down a little bit before we take it? So there's always going to be that situation where they've been dosed up before coming to school.
Well, and it's going to also be hard for staff because staff is used to coming in with a cold it's not that bad, I can make it through the
Right, yeah,
day.
you don't want to,
No.
be calling out if you don't have to, real, technically, I don't really have a fever, so there is that fine line, yeah, I think.
But you said, I think, Greg, you
Right.
said it. You have something that you have at each building that can monitor people as they walk in?
Yeah.
Okay, so you can't just use that for kids also?
Well,
Yes, you
that's,
can.
yeah, you can, and, yeah.
Okay.
But we had decided not to screen the temperature of the students for a number of reasons, yeah.
We wanted
Okay.
the parents to be liable.
Yes,
They all
that's,
have to come in through one door.
they'd all have to go in one door, and then they
If
have
I-
to be
if
6
I may,
feet apart
folks.
when they're in line to get their temps checked, I mean,
If I may.
yes.
You have the floor.
I'm
You,
sorry.
you have the floor.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
My next question for
yeah.
you is, who's going to be taking temperatures for the staff and faculty?
They're gonna be walking through the scanner,
Oh, okay.
on their own, and then there is some kind of, I think, someone said something about a button, alarm will alert if there
Yes.
is an increase of a body
Yeah.
temperature over 100.4.
It's got a facial recognition, so we can make it as difficult or easy as we want. We can make it so that it recognizes each teacher every day, and we can get a log out.
Yep.
It has a set temperature that we can gauge it on from a certain temperature and certain temperature, and it will beep off, and it will just alarm, so that you know that they have a temperature.
Devices, so we can see them on our network, so we're one big network, so theoretically, anybody, anywhere that we give rights to, let's say even Kathleen sitting over at Marston could know about an alarm that's gone off at another school. So,
Right,
Yeah.
right,
yeah.
and that, yeah.
But if that person enters the school,
Mm-hmm.
then they've potentially contaminated.
Well, they're supposed to have the mask on when they come in the building.
Okay,
So
so
they
that
need
would
to have the
prevent it.
mask on when they
Okay.
walk in the door, you must put the mask on.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that way, say they were asymptomatic and they said, I feel fine, I feel great, I'm going to work today, and then they put their mask on and they're theoretically distancing themselves from another staff member, space it out, if we have to put the lines on the floor, we will with the tape. They go through, oh gee, my temp's 101. Okay, well, at least they have their mask on, so they haven't infected anyone, in theory.
Okay, and you're expecting preschoolers and kindergartners to wear masks all day, or in their classrooms?
Yep, that's, yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I know. It's gonna be, but honestly, I feel like just from being out, like, in the stores and seeing little ones in the stores, and they have these cute little prints on their mask and their mini size, they're kind of getting used to it at this point.
They're proud. Some of them
Yeah,
are
it's
very
kind of
proud.
cool, like,
Yeah.
they're like, oh, look at my big boy mask or whatever, so hopefully they'll not have too many issues with the little ones. I know what you mean, though, it's gonna be challenging. Yep. So, anybody have anything else? or- No?
A little bit about the training for our staff at all,
Yes.
or?
Oh, yes, I'm
'Cause that's
sorry.
that's a
Yeah.
critical
Yep,
part, too.
Yep, we are planning right now to use that Primax module that you had presented to us, and we're going to do an online training module that's going to piggyback on top of the training that we normally have to do every year. For example, we have to do training on bloodborne pathogens, okay? If you see the blood, just don't touch, that type of thing. Anaphylaxis, know if someone's having an allergic reaction. So we have training modules that we do our annual annual review of knowledge every year. So we're attaching the COVID training to that already existing training. So, again, and you had set a deadline by October.
Yep.
I mean, I personally would like to see them trained like early on, so that we can just say, you know what, we've all been trained, and the kids are coming September 1st, but I get it, it's a very, very busy time of year, starting back at school, so. And then nursing staff needs, that's always a challenge, where we can't get subs to stay with us. We can't, like, what do you do if the nurse is out? Like, these are the things, and there's no sub. So these are gonna present, I think, some challenges, as they have in the past.
Several school districts are saying if they don't have a nurse, they are not open.
I know.
Several school districts have gone with that because you have to have someone there that's gonna quarantine, you have to.
Yeah, you need to have the assessment done. You need to
Yeah.
have, that person is licensed to assess. So if I have, let's say, a LNA, we have a district licensed nurse assistant, by law, she can't assess. She can do other things, but she can't make the initial assessment. And same with an LPN. So if I had an LPN, I've had an LPN working with me, she can assess, but the law, you have to go by the Nurse Practice Act, so you would need a registered nurse.
How
to
about
do
a
that.
paramedic, could they?
Paramedic could, yep, yeah. Paramedic has that's definitely within their scope of practice. So if we had to call from someone from the town, I don't know if that's a possibility. They've helped us out in the past, but, yeah. So the staff, nursing staff needs has always been a challenge.
Lois?
Yeah.
And I know that SAU 21 has increased their rate. We are currently paying our nurses $20 an hour, or about $140 a day. I do have a recommendation that we do need to adjust that to be more in line with what's going on around the district. I know at SAU 21, they've gone up to $200 a day. I'm recommending, though, $25 an hour for a total of $175 a day. It would be, a $35 increase. It might encourage more people to apply.
I'll make that motion.
Thank you.
Second?
I'll second.
Andrea, discussion?
I think we should match, no offense, I think we should match SAU 21 so we're not in a competitive situation. We
I
keep
think
this
that's-
level playing field.
Yeah.
I'm good with that.
I know a lot of nurses, and, that does make
So
a
I'd
difference.
like to
They're
make
gonna
an
go-
amendment to,
As the maker of the motion, I would accept that. So I would move it to
200.
$200 a day.
Yep.
Would you
Right,
change
I will second
second?
that.
Okay, any further discussion? All those in favor? We should probably say our names for the, Ginny,
Yes.
Andrea,
Aye.
Frank,
Yes,
Pepper, and I, so
Thank you.
5-0.
Appreciate it.
We were gonna talk about that anyway.
Yeah, we were. I just felt it was opportune.
I have a question for Lois, if that's
Well,
possible.
why do I want the
When
nurse
she's
to
done,
finish?
when she's done.
I'm pretty much, I just only had one other thing that, school policy, when we do have our COVID policy on the books, it needs to be flexible because things are changing so rapidly. So we need to allow ourselves some wiggle room when we think about writing these policies. And it's also important to develop strategies that can be revised and adapted depending on the level of viral transmission in that particular community. So, like we've been saying all along, we flexibility, flexibility, flexibility. So, but I feel very confident that we have a really good handle on things to start the year. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, even though I'm,
No, thank you
everyone's-
for the
yeah,
detailed
yeah, thank you.
planning.
Yeah, thank
I'm
you.
glad you were here tonight.
All right.
Question for you.
Yes.
Okay, I've listened to all these presentations,
Yep.
okay, on the hybrid
We still have a
model.
couple, we still have one more, but yeah.
I'm sorry, I'll
There's
wait.
one more. Mariah's just gonna do the other, and just those few little pieces I think would be
No,
important to know.
I'll wait,
Yeah.
go for it.
So I'm doing other, so I'm gonna focus on busing to start, and we took, information that was received from the bus survey that we handed out to parents, and, they completed it, we got it back, and we broke it down by last name, into the two cohorts that we're doing, the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And we gave that to first student to give us a kind of guesstimate on what the buses would look like and the routes would look like. So, the max amount of students on a bus is 16. That's a max. The least amount that we've had on a bus is 2, and the average on a bus is 8 students. So, not many students on the bus. And then the longest route was 20 minutes. The shortest route was under 5, and the average is around 10 minutes. So the buses look really good. We do have to have a mask on. The students have to have a mask on when they're on the bus. The buses. So the bus company can tell them that they're not allowed to be on the bus without a mask, and they won't be able to get on the bus.
Okay, so the bus driver will say you can't get on the bus?
And I would hope that since we are bringing these students in, that the parents.
Okay, good, because somebody's gotta monitor, because you know the minute they sit down.
And somebody has to be home if you say you can't get on the bus. I mean, that's my biggest.
Yeah.
I just
I
want
know
to
you have
piggyback on the mask thing, and we haven't really talked about this, but we certainly could, for the beginning of school, provide each bus with a box of
Of
masks
masks.
till
Okay.
everybody's
Yes.
trained.
Okay,
Yes,
Okay.
definitely. They cannot, however, have sanitizers stations on the bus because it's hazard and it's obstructing the bus and changing the way the bus is, so they can't have the hand sanitizers. But they will have wipes and stuff. The bus drivers will have masks. They are not, by law, have to have them on when they're driving because people have glasses, they're fogging up, they're having issues. But if they're moving around the bus and having to pull over on the side of the bus or have to discipline the student, they will have the mask. The buses will be cleaned during the day, and then they will have a deep clean twice a day. So in between the morning drop off and the afternoon pickup, they will be deep cleaned. Between the routes and at night. So that's the buses. We also will, once the parents decide definitely if their kids are gonna be on the buses and stuff, and we give that information to the bus company, the routes will be determined completely, and we'll post that because obviously we're adjusting to accommodate less students on the buses, so the time pickups and drop-offs are gonna change. So that will be posted once we get a definite schedule for the bus company to get routes made.
when are we asking parents to have their decision by?
We already have,
Asked by last week.
Yep.
But we know that some families are still deciding, and we're gonna work with all families right up until we start school.
and we're still
But
moving
we
some
can't-
adjusting,
we
right?
can't- We've gotta have the bus ready to go, so we've gotta figure out what we're.
Well, it's a great point, Ginny, because remember, these numbers were polled probably, let's say, 2 weeks ago. We may have changes. So it's a great point. So there may be a few more. I think this looks really promising, though, as we think about approximately 40% of our families said they wanted transportation. So as you break it down by where the students live, because we did ask for that, you can see that the numbers look really positive with the exception of the one that was around 16.
I would think by Wednesday, August 26th, parents should be able to make that decision.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can certainly,
So, yeah, so then we'll definitely have the routes and times put on the website like we normally do. So then we have increased the arrival and departure time at the school locations. That's one due to we're trying to let one bus off the students. When the bus pulls up, we let that bus off and let the kids go in, so that's not an influx of students trying to go in. We're gonna have more drop-offs, parent drop-offs. We are gonna have the staff assigned to parent drop-off. We're not gonna just let your kids jump out of the car and run in. We're gonna have set, like, pull up, we'll help you get the kid out, drive away. So it's monitored, and we're not having all the kids just rush in at once. So we've increased the arrival time. And with that, we're slowly letting the kids in so that they can pick up their breakfast and their snacks prior to going to their classroom. So once they'll get their breakfast or snack, they go to their classroom, then they're gonna settle in and get adjusted. We'll have lunch delivered to their classroom. So they'll be eating lunch in their classroom. We are gonna have an app that will let you know a few days in advance what we're gonna have for the meal, so you can pick your lunches in advance so that we can bag it and we'll have it ready to be delivered to the classroom. We also are asking to limit the visitors during the day, so that we don't have, we can keep our numbers down in the school. So we'd ask, please, to have your kids ready, make sure that they have their lunches, their water bottles, their snacks, their books, their laptops, whatever they need for that day, brought with them, so we don't have as many drop-offs, parents dropping off at the front of the desk, just so that we can limit temperature taking, sanitizing, who's coming in and out.
And you probably want consistent schedules for children, not, my child's gonna be dropped off Monday at somewhere, Tuesday somewhere.
Yeah, try to keep it consistent.
As much as possible,
Yeah.
right?
And-
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sure this is probably something you're going to address, but I'll jump ahead. So the students that are on remote will be receiving their lunches, snacks, breakfast by the buses the way they did in the spring? No.
No, Mary, do you want to talk about that? Because we discussed that.
We're going to have a pickup on Wednesday. So because parents are doing that now, they're picking up their bag of lunches. So we'll have the Wednesday crew pick up for Thursday, Friday, like 3 days worth of food. And then our Friday group, we're kind of working out to send another 3 days of food home. Obviously, if there's families that cannot come to the school and pick up, we will make accommodations to get the food to them. We're gonna feed everybody.
You gonna do the police station again, or?
If need be.
Okay.
You know, if need be, we'll do it. But we're hoping as many parents could pick up Wednesday.
Is
And we'll probably still have the
68
backpack
hours of
program.
hunger still doing it to Mary? or-
And I don't know about the 68 hours of hunger.
So I think we'll still have that.
We're still gonna have that, so
program.
that's a
Yep.
huge help too. So we're gonna try and we will get food to everyone who needs it, whether we have to deliver or not.
I think we're trying to balance that with costs.
Yeah.
Right? So that's the issue.
Please fill out your
I mean,
application.
I'm trying not.
No, I'm just
I mean,
asking the
I'm-
crazy question, because, okay, if it's,
If it's Friday, they're picking up,
jelly,
right.
it's not gonna last 3 days.
Well, no, you give them a loaf of bread, a jar of peanut butter, and a jar
You
of jelly.
separate
You teach 'em how to
everything,
fish.
we just separate it as much as you can.
With their containers and our
With their
paper bags
contain-
that we
with their
need.
Containers, I mean, it's a little bit of
I
a
don't
challenge,
want
but we're
soggy
gonna, we're gonna figure it out. I don't know if the buses, because if it's
very
extra
costly.
money, if it's
Yeah, it
costing,
is.
and it's a big expense, so, yeah, we'll
They would
deliver
charge
to.
us extra money.
That was part of the 82,000.
That's right, that's right. That's why we're trying to be careful
Yes,
here.
please.
Okay, how about if we asked, and I don't know if they could do it, so it would be an ask like something like, task, the transportation thing at Hobbs House. I wonder if they'd be willing to, I don't know, but maybe if we contacted Hobbs House, they might know of some people that might help you out.
Volunteer to help. That was another challenge last year because of privacy.
Oh, that's true too, I forgot about that, yeah, you can't.
So that kind of was a damper, but we did get so many volunteers too. Please, Mary, if you need help delivering, but again,
Yeah, that's right too.
Did you find it was helpful to do the food service trucks this summer? Because we did that, we offered 2 places of location for pickup. We did it at the school, and then we delivered it through the food service truck down at the Hampton Police.
Yes.
Was that beneficial? Did that help?
yes, and I think it
So-
would be more beneficial
and-
once
and
people
cost
come
effective as
back
well.
and they're starting to moving back in the beach and the summer people are going
Yeah.
home and the permanent people are coming in. I think the stop at the police station is gonna be key. I think we'll get a lot of participation with that.
It's cost effective too, to
Yeah.
have it in the 2 areas, right?
Yeah, so we'll do that.
Thank you, Mary. You good?
That was all I had.
I have a
Yes.
motion.
Oh, motion.
Based on the report of Keith Lasad, and I really hate to do this, but I think we have to tell schools out that we cannot have them use the building this year
A
for the
second?
after-school program.
Okay. Is there a second?
Because we are at Schools Out, we'll be taking kids from all the classes and combining it into one, and that's what we've worked all day not to do. And I understand that this is gonna be a hardship for parents, and I hate to do it, but I think it's keeping the school safe and letting Keith and his crew clean.
Well, the other thing I'd probably like to add to that motion there's any after-school sports activity, HYA, whatever, it's gonna lend into the same
Yep.
situation.
Yep.
Because those games will be going on 5, 6 o'clock at night. We've gotta keep the custodial staff over, and if they go into sections of the building that we don't know about, you know how kids travel,
Oh, yeah, yeah.
okay? That's another issue, at least for the first trimester.
Right, and we can reassess this at the
I
end of the
think
first trimester.
everything has to be reassessed after
Yeah.
the first trimester.
Judy, can I ask a question of Lois? How many kids are involved in that program that you're talking about?
30 to 60?
It just depends. So obviously, if there was social distancing in place, it would be significantly less. Last year, it was pretty full. But again, that was right up until we left. I mean, I would say, I'm gonna guess around 50 to 60, Nathan, would you say? At least. So with social. Right. And in the morning, like maybe 15. The morning was very, very low. But if you had to do social distancing, Keith, because we talked about this, it would be significantly less anyways. Like, we're talking maybe 20, right, Keith, would you say roughly?
Well, we really haven't laid it out, but it is a lot less occupancy in that space.
Yeah.
And I know that's a very difficult decision you guys are making,
Yeah.
but I think it's probably the best one.
So you're talking about the program at Marston School, right?
Yeah, school's out, yeah. The YMCA school's out. It's before school and after school daycare.
I'd like to just add a little comment, if I could. I can't. I would witness, oftentimes kids would flow from the health office and, oh, your child's not feeling well, and the parents at work, well, I'll just come get them a little early today from school's out. And they're technically, not fevered, but they're not well, okay? I would always give a little mini report to the workers, because I would exit the building through the cafeteria, but I'd also witness them sitting all over the cafeteria floor, and they're pretty active, and you have some really great counselors there that they're working with them, but sometimes they're just all over the place. It's not as structured as a regular classroom. So that's just what I've seen. So that's.
Can something be done maybe to offset that program to some degree?
Either
Because,
that, or
we're taking so much away from the community.
Or they could, schools out could go to other facilities that are in Hampton to ask if they could rent the facility or use the facility. I mean, I know it's a hardship on parents, I mean, that's why I feel bad. But how can we in good conscience say we're separating your children from 7:30 in the morning till 3 in the afternoon, by the 3 they can get together and go to schools out? How can we say that?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how we can say that.
I know daycare is a hardship for many
It's a
families.
very bad
And I know
hardship
that. And I wish I had a really good solution for it.
And this is run by the YMCA?
It's run by the YMCA.
Have we talked to them about this?
I have not.
Lois, has anyone contacted you from the Y?
They have, Keith, do you wanna talk about it at all? They have. In fact, Jake Sidney was involved with our planning this past spring, and he is the contact at the YMCA schools out.
Have they been alerted that this is a possibility?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, they have been alerted this is a possibility. We struggle with this as well.
Yep.
We live in the community, we go to the Hanny, we get our food there with everybody else. It's very challenging. And we have been in contact with them. They're struggling too, because they've got all the other schools that they're in.
So you don't think there's any outdoor space that we could offer them?
What do you mean?
Where they could even, like, put up like a tent area in case of inclement weather, but still have outdoor space? Is there anything that we can offer them in that respect?
I think we need to be consistent on what we decide, how we want to use our buildings, at least for the first trimester. I'm sorry, everybody out there.
Well, but why can't we put up a tent or something in the back of Marston that has a big field?
I don't know what they want to do. They have not come to us with any proposals of such an idea. I know that tents are
I
very
don't-
expensive.
Yeah, I
I
think that
think-
if we do, they'd have to
Yeah.
provide the tent because of
I think
students.
Ginny's motion was the inside of the building.
Yep.
Yes.
Any further discussion? Okay, so Ginny, your motion was for the Schools Out program?
For the schools out program and any other, and Frank added in, any other organization cannot use the inside of the school buildings until the first trimester is over.
Okay.
When we're gonna review it,
Yeah.
right.
So that would be like the Girl Scouts or the
The Girl
Brownies or
Scouts, the
whatever.
Brownies, girls on the run, as long as they stay outside, they'd be okay, but if they had to come inside, no. It's just, we're keeping kids safe, and unfortunately, that's the hard part. Nobody on this board is happy with this decision. Nobody, everybody knows that childcare right now is the number one concern. Maybe we can work and see if there's another agency in town that could help. You know, I just don't think it's a good policy if the school does it at this time.
Further discussion?
I have an outside organization that uses my building during the day, it's the Head Start program.
I wondered about them, Tim.
So, I just want, for clarification purposes, it's a little different than the after-school program. I just don't want a blanket statement to be made unless I know exactly and Head Start knows. But they are a facility that rents a classroom space. I've had a meeting with Ms. Lasad with them last week, and we mentioned our things that are going on in our school. We must wear masks, all the specifics that we have. They're gonna make a final decision whether they can run their program or not. But they're a self-contained classroom in the building. They don't mix, then they have a separate entrance and exit. That is during the school day, it's not after the school day. I just wanted clarification. If you're making a decision on Schools Out, I was just wondering if you're gonna make a decision on Head Start as well. If you would like them to use the building. Yes.
Okay, if they utilize the facility just like the others, we have to deep clean it, or are they deep cleaning it?
That's the discussion that I'm gonna turn the cleaning over to Ms. Lasad, but I didn't have the authority to say yes or no that they can come or not. I just wanted to have a discussion that we're concerned about their program and that we needed to make sure that they were aware, like Les had said, that we have deep reservations about, like they can't use our equipment, they can't use our facilities outside and all of that, because again, it's mixing. We're trying to do the best we can for Hampton students in the Hampton facilities and trying to minimize mixing of groups. So I'll turn it over to Ms. Lasada. I just wanted for clarification.
Thank you, Mr. Lannon. We have talked to them. We asked them if they were looking into other spots. They are self-contained. They will not enter our building. We are not cleaning their spaces. They are not coming into our building. If there were emergency, they would. But if they're going to be self-contained, and right now, they only had 4 enrollees. So, because most people have chosen not to send their kids to preschool. And they know that they wouldn't be in the buildings on Wednesdays. So, I mean, they're fighting the same battle.
Everybody in childcare is.
The only cure, we have to find a cure for this and put the vid in the vault and bury it.
Okay, so Ginny still has a motion.
I still have a motion. yeah.
Okay, and the motion is, again, Ginny?
The motion is to tell any outside agencies, should we say, other than Head Start? I mean, Head Start is like in a classroom.
It's
Other
up to
than-
you.
it's
If you
up-
wanna change your motion, I'll ask Frank as
I
a
need
seconder.
clarification here.
Okay, well, why don't we do with my original motion
Yeah,
first? We'll
yeah.
do outside agencies, with the exception of Head Start, which will be discussed later on.
Okay.
And that they cannot use the inside of the building for the first trimester of the school year.
Okay.
When we will reevaluate.
Right, that was a different motion than you made the first
The
time.
first time I made just schools out.
Okay, so I thought the first motion was schools out and any other
Organization.
organization.
That's what it
And that
was.
was seconded, so that's what we're
That's what
discussing. That's what we're
That's
discussing.
what we're discussing.
Why don't we vote on that? And then if we wanna make a Head Start exception at some point,
We can do that.
we can
Okay.
do that.
All right.
Does that
Sounds
make
good.
sense?
That makes good.
Okay,
We should-
so right now, Head Start would not be allowed, but if they
Right.
came to us, perhaps.
Right.
Okay. So everybody's clear on the motion? Any further discussion?
We shouldn't amend her motion to include, to.
I don't think you need to.
No.
I don't think you need to. I think it's pretty clear. And we'll take any exceptions on a case-by-case basis, I think.
Does that need to be part of the motion?
No? That's what we would do anyway.
When will we have to let Head Start know?
I think they would have to come to us.
Is that a problem where there's not another meeting till September 8th? I'm just trying to think of.
They
kind
they
of already
usually start till the
have.
1st of October.
Okay,
Lois.
just trying to,
They kind of already has because they've gone to Tim and Keith,
that's, yeah.
so they kind of already have come to us.
And they only have 4, and they're aware that there's a
Yeah, I just want.
Alright, okay,
They don't
Okay.
come, they don't start till like October 1st.
alright.
Just trying to.
But they don't
Okay.
use our building?
Yeah, they do, they use one room.
Well, okay, somebody said they don't use our building.
They don't use the building that we're using, they use the part of the building we're not using at this point.
But it's still gotta be deep cleaned.
Yes,
But they're gonna take
They're
care of
gonna
it.
But,
do it.
excuse me, the motion isn't about Head Start.
Okay.
It's not part of the motion.
Alright,
So, unless we want to change the motion, we don't need to talk about Head Start.
one at a time.
Yeah.
Okay, further discussion? Okay, all those in favor of Ginny's motion? Ginny, yes. Andrea?
yes.
Frank?
Yes.
Pepper? And myself, yes. Okay.
And it's not a decision any of us took lightly.
No.
We don't feel good about this one, but it's the safest one for kids.
We have to be safe.
We have to be safe.
That's part of our job.
And Tim, you can come to us
Yep.
if Head Start comes to you and,
I sure will.
okay.
We're ready for questions and comments. I mean, I guess my final comment would be, you can see the extensive amount of planning, right, that has been involved with preparing for this hybrid model and really balancing the safety and well-being of our community with the educational needs of our students was central to this model. You can see, though, that there is an extensive amount of work that went into it, and there is going to be continuing extensive amount of work as we talk about all of the work around technology, all of the work around curriculum alignment, all of the work that is involved with social emotional learning as we are deepening our relationships with students. So you can see there's much to be done in a relatively short period of time.
And my question is, given the short period of time, I've heard almost every single person that's
Yeah.
come up here talk about training. Greg was talking about this and that, and so on and so forth. Are we gonna be able to get this done?
You know, there's a lot between, as we talk about the platform, Seesaw, Google. We want to make this enhanced. We really want to improve what we did, right, from last spring. We recognize that we really need to have a reset and we need to do a better job. And we have the time to really be thoughtful about it over the summer or since June 4th when students were released. Ideally, when you think about the technology integration, the synchronous learning that we want to happen with students online versus the asynchronous strategies, talking about those apps and software, Greg, that you talked about, the curriculum planning, you know, the response, as Kathy, you talked about, around safety and the training that we'd like to happen before. Is 3 days enough time? Probably not. I mean, it's things are tight, you know, this is not a regular year, right? If this had been a regular year, we would have said, we can be ready, right? We know what we're doing. We have processes and plans in place, but this is anything but a regular year.
So should we, and I'm just throwing this out, don't shoot the mess, should we look at, I'm looking at the nurses' concern to train the staff. I'm looking at what you just said. Should we look at moving the start date by a week or so?
I'd rather.
I'm just throwing it out.
I kind of agree with Frank. I'd rather do it right as opposed to just fast.
Right.
We only get one chance to do this right.
And we've got we're looking at 15 days before the start of school, roughly. I just wrote it down, 17.
This has to be done right the first time. We can't, you just can't. Fast is great. If you want to get them back in, I get it. It was great if we could do the 3-day, 4-day, 5-day opening. That's
Right.
perfect.
This has got to be
But
fluid.
we have to do it right the first time, or it just won't be good.
So now, asking you, do you think we should move the start date?
I think it could be beneficial.
Beneficial.
Yep, I do.
Then
I
I'd
think
like
it
to
could
make
be-
the motion, if it's acceptable, that we move the start date to,
What are you looking at?
I'm looking at, wait a minute, I'm going, let me see.
When's Labor Day?
I'm looking at a calendar.
The 7th.
The
The last-
8th, the 8th, the 7th is a holiday. The 8th, which is the day after Labor Day.
Right, yeah.
Wow,
Well,
that's really late.
I think
That's late.
people sometimes think that, and I know there are many teachers that have put in time during the summer, but they're doing it on their own. They're volunteering their time. They certainly don't have to. And there are gonna be many people that they have other jobs in the summertime and so on and so forth, and they're unable to. So, to get all this stuff in, I don't think we've given them enough time.
I know that, as you know, I sit on the Southeastern Superintendent's meeting. I know that many districts, in fact, are moving their start date back. I know that SEU 21 has moved their start date back as well, for this very reason, that they just need more time. In fact, September 1st, they thought was pretty, they were surprised to hear it, because we talk about this every week, and they thought it was rather early, in light of everything. Just the Southeasters group,
When are they starting?
a lot of them are starting at least September 8th or later. Yep, they're going after Labor Day. Well, Massachusetts, that's a whole other, yeah. But I'm just thinking about the Southeastern superintendents. And I think Oyster Rivers is pretty
And we're
late
putting
too.
the horse before the cart. I'm sorry, Frank, did you made
I
a
made the
motion?
motion that we look at September 8th as a start
Okay,
date.
was there a second?
No, went to discussion.
I know.
I'll second.
Okay, so now we can continue with the discussion, I'm sorry. It's hard, because we've already told parents September
Exactly.
1st. I
Right.
get that.
Exactly.
I get
Ginny's
that.
right. Ginny,
Ex-
we already told parents one thing.
And
However, I would reiterate,
But we also
we
said we're
want to get
fluid.
this right the first time. If we open on the 1st and people aren't ready, it's the kids that are gonna suffer. It's the kids that are gonna suffer. They're not gonna have teachers that are prepared to teach them correctly with both in-school and remote learning. You know what? I'm sorry, parents. I know you're gonna be like
But we're giving them an
wild with
extra
me,
week.
but
Yeah.
it's all about the kids. And if the kids don't get the best instruction they can get, given the resources that we have, then we're doing them a disservice. And if it means we have to wait another week, then we have to. I'm close to tears. This is just awful. I get it from a parent's point of view and a grandparent's point of view. It's brutal, but you have to do it right the first time. You have to, or our kids are gonna suffer, and they've already suffered enough. They've already suffered enough, and we need to do it right the first time.
Further discussion?
I'll go along with the September 8th, but come September 6th or 5th, I don't want to hear any excuses about people aren't ready and we haven't done the training and something else
No,
happened.
that's a drop dead date.
That's a drop dead date, everybody's ready to go, everybody's at their A game, we're going. We'll give you an
I
extra
totally
week to
agree
get
with
this
Jenny.
going,
I totally agree
but
with
I don't
Jenny.
want to hear any excuses after that.
I agree with you.
I
Okay.
totally agree with you, Jenny.
I'll go with the week. I'm not happy, parents. I understand what it's gonna do, and I do. And I understand that there's lack of childcare, and I understand we now just put a huge hole in it. But,
Right.
you know,
But
we
have-
need that,
Giving them a week more to look at childcare?
No, Frank, there is no childcare to look at. I wish I could tell you there was. There is not. We had 3 childcare centers closed last year in Hampton. And nobody reopened them, because you know what? There's not, unfortunately, a lot of money in childcare. And that's why. And we had 3 closed and 3 didn't reopen. So that's what parents are in a pinch. But we're giving the teachers the extra week, the training, so everyone should be ready on September 8th.
And it
I'm
really
looking
comes
at-
down to 3 extra days, just so you know.
It is 3 extra days. It is 3 extra days.
So I hear you.
All right, then, yeah, that has to
Further
be the
discussion?
drop-dead.
Andrew? Folks, this is Andy Wallace. He's the president of C. He's a social studies teacher at Winnicott.
I am indeed.
And a former school board member, if I'm not,
Indeed, yeah, Dover.
in Dover.
Can everybody hear me okay through the mask?
Sure.
My first mask speech here. My name is Andrew Wallace. I'm a teacher at Winnicott High School, and I am the new president of Seacoast Education Association. Thank you so much for your time, and thanks for the chance to address the board tonight. And thank you very much for your work on behalf of students and teachers in SAU 90 in what we can all say are some pretty difficult times. I'm here today to represent the voice of teachers regarding the preparations for the upcoming school year, a year that will surely include the educational rewards and inspiration we're used to, but one that will require constant adaptation and may be the most challenging and demanding in the careers of most teachers, staff, students, and families, and school board members. Like so many districts in New Hampshire, we recognize that teachers and staff will need additional time and resources for the training and professional development to successfully navigate the challenges we will face this year. In addition, students and families will also need additional supports to ensure our success together. First, and this is often overlooked, teachers are preparing for meaningful ways to reconnect with their students and reestablish a community of learning and joy, for lack of a better word. We teachers and staff missed in-person teaching and learning and connecting with our students this past spring. For so many reasons, we can't wait to get back to our classes and students, but obviously this is going to require additional preparations. Because hybrid or remote learning relies heavily on computing and creating online curriculum, teachers and staff will need training and professional development on how to integrate interactive technology into their teaching on a new level. This is the gateway to successful teaching in this environment and was the biggest area of need for many teachers and staff in the remote learning period this spring. In terms of what we heard, that was by far the biggest takeaway. Each new application, software, or website a teacher finds or is brought to them by the district that engages learners often requires hours of additional work to incorporate it. Greg mentioned WeVideo, great program, love it, definitely takes time to learn. Screencastify, I used that one myself at the high school, fantastic program, also takes time to learn. The use of new learning management systems like Seesaw for our elementary schools provide teachers and students with new opportunities to communicate and create online portfolios, but also, obviously, again, requires time and training to navigate this unfamiliar program. Teachers and staff are proud of the curriculum they have created for their students. SAU 90 schools are recognized as some of the best in the state for this reason. The necessary changes that must be made to that curriculum and the instruction to succeed in hybrid or even remote learning environments are daunting and extremely time-consuming. Teachers and staff are now creating new forms of direct instruction, project work, assessment, and differentiation, as well as new online materials and resources. In a shifting schedule, they are reevaluating the focus and priorities of competencies and learning outcomes. Teachers and staff are finding new ways to connect with students, new forms of collaboration, and avenues for interaction. Teachers will also need time to communicate with each other, their support staff, special education staff, and counselors to keep track of all of the moving parts in their students' learning and their lives. This pandemic has exposed inequities and changed the availability and delivery of services and has limited social interactions. As a result, intensified awareness of mental health and its role in schools. Students will need even more patience and care from teachers and staff as they deal with unusual amounts of trauma. Teachers and staff likewise need similar care and strategies for self-care in an unrelenting world. Social emotional learning, training, and professional development, as well as responsive intervention, can proactively counter student trauma, issues of inequity, as well as provide pathways to self-care for teachers and staff. It goes without saying that this training requires more time to prepare and is more important than ever. While there are while there are many circumstances we know we must prepare for, there are also what we call unknown unknowns, that are the unforeseen things that we don't know. Even the best laid plans have components that are underformed, and in these ever-changing times, there will most assuredly be a need for additional training time for the things that we haven't even anticipated yet. Lastly, and certainly not least in this pandemic, there will be required training on the use of PPE and the proper procedures to ensure health and safety in our schools. We know these plans are already in development, and they're crucial. It is crucial that we find time required to properly train teachers, staff, and students on these issues, as you mentioned. These trainings would address proper procedures for cleaning in classrooms, bathrooms, common areas, procedures for classroom spacing, contact and interaction between teachers, staff, and students, procedures for recess. I think everybody did a great job of outlining these. But even screenings and temperature takings. Preparation for the threats of COVID-19 also mean the prioritization of health and safety of students and staff. This is not a theoretical conversation anymore. COVID is already in our schools in New Hampshire. Only last week, Barrington reported a case of COVID-19 in their schools, and recent numbers in Massachusetts and New Hampshire are climbing. During these discussions, the pandemic's effect on children are often underreported, as this virus does not just affect our older community members. As of this week, Florida has reported more than 40,000 children ages 17 and under have been infected with COVID-19, and over 400 of them have been hospitalized. I'm very sad to say that 7 of those children in that state have died, and just last week, a 7-year-old student in Georgia passed away. Infections of children are up 90% this past month in the United States. In addition to getting the virus, children can spread the virus, as recent studies indicate that children as young as 10 can infect others in the same capacity as adults. With all this in mind, the recent increase in COVID-19 cases means that Rockingham County needs to think differently about preparation and health and safety. It's our job together to protect the lives and well-being of SAU 90 students, employees, and this community. Our teachers, nurses, paraprofessionals, counselors, janitors, and administrators all need your consideration, and they all need your support in a politicized atmosphere where, despite the debate, 160,000 Americans have died. Everyone involved in education needs a safe environment inside schools, if that's possible, and support for learning outside of schools when it isn't. As you've agreed, the smallest possible cohort sizes, availability and consistent use of masks, PPE, social distancing, and proper ventilation are central in this endeavor. Even with these safeguards in place, some SAU 90 employees can't return to school for a variety of reasons. Some have serious health issues that require changes to their working environment so that they can be successful. Others have children who won't be attending their schools, or they have family members with serious health conditions. While they may not be returning to their classrooms, and that's beyond their choice, they all want to continue their practice and achieve the success that they have accomplished in the past working with students in SAU 90. When we consider these many challenges and issues that we face in the upcoming school year, it's clear that teachers, staff, and administration will need more time to prepare for the year up front and throughout the school year. We all share the same goals of success for students, their families, and this community, and we are working together to make sure that this happens. When you make decisions as a board, let the proper preparations for the school year and the health and safety of our students and staff continue to be your top priority in both word and deed. We teachers are looking forward to working with the students of SAU 90 again and sharing in those great times that we miss so much. But we need the time to properly prepare, and we need the safest environment possible in the midst of a pandemic. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Amy?
Hello, everybody. Just a note to students and my colleagues at home, practice wearing your masks, because I've been doing this for 2.5 hours, and it's definitely a learning curve here. So my name is Amy Murphy. I'm a 5th grade teacher at Marston, and I'm also the vice president of the Seacoast Education Association for SAU 90. I'd like to thank Andy for speaking on behalf, and I would really like to thank the school board, Dr. Costa, the leadership team, for all of their hard work on behalf of the students, the staff, and the families of our district. You can tell that there has been so much hard work that's gone into it and so much thought. There's lots of new things to learn, and we do appreciate the consideration of more time. I've had the pleasure of being part of the Hampton school community for over 20 years, and This school is going to look very different than any other year, but I'm slowly coming to the realization that together we're going to grow and that it's all going to be okay. As educators, we know it's our professional responsibility to meet the needs of each and every learner. And that's something that we know how to do. This is just a new platform for all of us, and there's definitely a learning curve, but we are dedicated to making it the best that it could possibly be. Hampton is so fortunate to have educators who are creative, innovative, compassionate, dedicated professionals. And I can tell you from the many conversations I've had with my colleagues that we are working really hard to be prepared for the upcoming school year. We also just really want to be back in the classroom with our kids. We miss them. We enjoy sharing time with them. We're looking forward to building relationships, these new relationships with our incoming students. And while that too will look different than years past, I know we'll be going over and above to make those connections. We're still the same teachers that have always loved your kids, our kids. It's just going to be with a little bit more distance between us. Every year I tell the parents of my incoming students that this is a team effort, that together I know we can make it a great year. So with a little bigger audience that I have right now, I'm going to ask everybody out there, all the parents listening, I'm going to ask you to please do the same. The Hampton teachers want to work with all of you to make this a successful year for all of our children. This is an amazing community, and I know that by working together we can achieve that goal. With just a few weeks left before the start of school, we ask for your patience. We need time to be best prepared for all that lies ahead. As a district, we're strongly committed to social emotional learning, as we are well aware of the many impacts that the past 6 months have had on everyone. Please remember that this is new to all of us. And although it will be likely frustrating at times between navigating schedules, washing hands, keeping our distance, and wearing masks, this too shall pass, and we will all be stronger in the end. Our first day of school will be here before we know it, and rest assured, when we see the kids, please know we'll be smiling behind our masks. Thank you for your time. Please be safe. I just want to give a plug for Greg, how they are readily available. We need the extra time, but these guys have been phenomenal. I can't tell you how many times I've reached out and called them or emailed on a Saturday or late at night, and they get back to you immediately. It's a team effort. We can do it together, but thank you for the consideration of more time, because we really need it. We want to do best by our kids. We really do. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. We have a motion by Frank, seconded Andrea, to move the first day of school till September 8th, which is a Tuesday. Okay. Further discussion? Okay. We'll vote. For the people at home, we should do it orally. Frank?
Yes.
Pepper?
Yes.
Andrea?
Yes.
Ginny?
Yep.
Yes. Okay, so the first day of school for SAU 90 is Tuesday, September 8th. Okay.
Lois, would you remind, and I know this is going to be tough, but would you remind your principals to remind their staff to put a limit on their days? Because I know so many teachers that went home and they were on the computer or on the phone till 7 or 8 or 9 or 10 o'clock at night. They need to self-care and take care of them and their families.
It's a great reminder, and in fact, we've already started talking about that. I think it's that leadership by example. I think every single staff member needs to practice self-care. It starts with themselves, and we know, teachers, you can't do that, right? We really want to have a definite, we think the schedules are going to be very helpful with remote learning because it does put an end to the day. So, but I know this staff, I know how committed they are, I know their dedication knows no time, but we need to start really balancing and pacing ourselves.
Read onward.
Exactly.
So now what will be the first day for the teachers?
The same.
We'll see.
Same, okay. So I mean, they won't, but didn't you say they had some professional development.
So the- yeah.
Lois.
I can speak to that. The 24th and 25th will be
Okay.
for new staff, and that will stay as it is.
Right, okay.
And then Wednesday, the 26th, will be the first day for staff, so they're there the 26th, the
Okay.
27th.
Well, I
They're
didn't know
off
if
that Friday, that was a day that they're off. They come back on that Monday, the 31st. They'll have the 31st, the 1st, and the 2nd, and the 3rd. So it gets them a total of, 6 days. 3 additional days. They had 3, we're giving them 3 more.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Thank you.
I'm gonna backtrack just a little bit. When we were discussing and we improved the substitute salary of the nurses.
Yep.
The previous meeting, we had talked about perhaps getting some help for the nurses,
Yes,
and we were gonna perhaps.
we did.
We did.
And we
As it
did.
anticipated.
We did.
Okay, any,
We have potentially one candidate who we are in the process of interviewing, but there's also a second one I would like to talk about in non-public if that's
Okay.
possible.
okay,
Yep.
all right.
Yep.
We've been going about 3 hours. Would people want to take a break for 5 minutes?
Do you want to do the minutes, accept the minutes, and then will we be ready to go into non-public?
Well, we have some other business.
Oh,
before we go.
never mind,
gotta-
never mind. Never mind.
Well, yeah, we do, but we have some other things to do
We have
before.
the eighth grade trip, we've got.
We have the 8th grade trip, we have this.
Kindergarten.
Closet thing, do we have to do this?
Okay, I say we take a break for 2 minutes.
Okay, all right. Okay, so we'll take a 5-minute break. I don't know if you knock on the door.
The motion was 2.
Okay, we are back in session, and we are going to adjust the agenda to take questions and public comments. So our town manager, Jamie Sullivan, is upstairs organizing this, and we are all ready, Jamie. And I know we have questions
I was gonna say, either that or people
or
are.
comments.
Yeah. From that center.
It's gonna come through here. The questions are gonna come through here. I believe it is on.
It's got a green light.
I'm gonna text him.
Probably waiting for someone to unmute at home, the first,
The first caller.
Star 5 and star.
I don't know. I know if people are at home, and they're having trouble getting through, they should dial 929-5805.
Could I start the public comment?
Sure.
Yes.
Are you,
David O'Connor, Exeter Road, Hampton, New Hampshire. I'm actually remiss because in my presentation, I didn't give credit where credit was due. We actually had a team of teachers, a committee, working on that schedule. So they met remotely, they came in person, and I want to thank Mrs. Kim Reno, who actually put that graphic together for the committee. So thank you to the staff, and thank you for looking at it. Appreciate it.
Jamie, again, we're all ready for questions, comments.
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
I can.
All right, sorry, we had a technical difficulty there.
That's okay.
Thank you. Anyone at home, if you wish to make a comment, please press 5-star on your phone, 5-star. It'll take a moment while we queue them up, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Again, anyone at home wishing to speak, please press 5-star.
that means one of two.
Mr. Chairman, I'm somewhat suspicious of this because I'm getting no indications folks are looking to press 5-star. Give us another minute here while we
Sure.
try and work on an internal issue. Again, one more time, anyone wishing to speak, please press 5-star on your phone. Mr. Chairman, I'm seeing none.
Okay. Well, we're going to continue with our meeting then, and let us
Line
know.
muted.
Let us know.
Line unmuted.
Okay. Can I just say something to the parents that are listening out there? If you're going to post something on Facebook, here is your opportunity to talk to us directly. Just call us, give us your opinion, whether you think we'll agree with you or disagree with you. We are still welcoming your opinion, so please call in and give us your opinion and talk to us.
Okay, I'm going to move around here a little bit. The first thing I'm going to do is I want everybody to look at the next school board meeting, which is on, believe it or not,
September 8th.
September 8th. And I'm thinking that with everything that's going to be happening on September 8th, the principals are going to be busy, Lois is going to be busy. How about if we move that to the 15th?
We have the budget committee at
Oh.
7.
Is that on no, budget committee's on Tuesday night, right?
Yep,
Yeah, that is.
Oh, we're Tuesday night
about
too.
the 9th, the next night.
Well, again,
How about the 10th?
I'm just saying for Lois and the principals, they're going to be straight out. I'll go whenever folks want. You want to do the 9th or the 10th?
about the 10th?
Okay, that's a Thursday. Thursday, the 10th? Is that
Fine by
good?
me, yep.
Okay, can we make it, Lois, that the principals and the directors do not have to do extensive written reports?
I'm absolutely fine with that. Well, yeah.
The briefer the better
Yep.
for that meeting?
4 o'clock or 7 o'clock?
6:30?
6:30, yeah.
What's your pleasure, folks? 4 or 6?
I'm good either way.
6:30, you have it down here, 6:30, so all we did is move the date.
Ginny, can you make 6?
Yeah, I can make 6, I can't make 4.
Okay, so let's make it on the 10th at 6 o'clock. Does that work for everybody?
Does.
Okay, and again, principals, you have enough to do, and we'll determine whether we're gonna have it here or somewhere else. I'm not sure where. We'll work that out. Greg?
I have a request by a parent who's listening, if you could repeat the phone number to call in again slowly for people?
Sure. 929-5805.
Mr. Chairman, it's Jamie Sullivan. Can you hear me?
I can.
Sorry, I do have the first caller that's interested. Can I take that now?
Yes.
Okay, the first caller we have is Ryan June. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here, Jamie. Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Sure.
Hi.
Lois, I am one of the parents that have posted on Facebook, so I do want to take the opportunity to comment tonight. First off, I'd like to thank you all and appreciate the work that you're putting into this, but I do have a couple of questions based on the plan. So if I'm reading the plan correctly, and I've been on the line the whole 3 hours tonight, am I correct in assuming that the students that are going on the hybrid model are actually getting less synchronous or live learning than the folks that are going fully remote? It looks like, if I'm doing the math right, it's about 14 hours live for the hybrid model versus 21 or so for those that are in a full remote. And if so, I'd like to understand the justification for that.
Okay, what, Ryan?
Yep.
Ryan. We'll let Dr. Costa answer that.
I think I'm going to defer to Nathan Sadler, because I think it was can you clarify that? Because I don't think that's correct. If it's hybrid, it's all going to be, if you're in school, it's all live learning on Monday and Tuesday all day. But Nathan, go ahead.
Also, please keep in mind that the schedules we presented are sample and not set in stone, so we are still working on finalizing and refining those plans. We know that students potentially could receive more in one model or the other, so we're looking at making sure that students' educational experience are equitable, whether you're at school or at home. Again, those are sample schedules, they're not set in stone. The amount of synchronous and asynchronous learning will be varied and adapted at each grade level. Also, some parents may choose not to participate fully on days when their students are at home on a hybrid model. So again, until we have a concrete schedule and a finalized plan, I cannot confirm or deny your math that you've done. However, I do know that those are sample schedules again, and that we are working to refine them at this time.
That's a fair point. And the one thing that I'll comment on that you said, I think parents' decision is largely predicated on what you're presenting to them. And those sample schedules, and whether or not somebody participates a little bit more, is going to very much be determined based on asynchronous versus synchronous. So I think, to say that the schedule is on final is great, but asking parents to make a decision a week ago for the remote versus non, without a fully vetted plan. And then secondly, looking at this sample schedule today, it makes it harder for us as parents to say what we want to do with our children. And that's really all we're asking. And I don't want to pretend to speak for many parents, but it's very evident that you've put a lot of time into this. But I think some of the details have been lacking that allow us to make the decisions not only on the school choice, but also from a care perspective, which, Ginny, I think you've done a great job of advocating on our behalf, so I appreciate that. But the school and the child care components are going to be incredibly important to go hand in hand with what you're doing on your end. And our decision-making process is being hindered a bit here based on the lack of full details or transparency.
Yeah, and I think, unfortunately, it's sort of a two-way street. We've heard loud and clear, because we've met with some parent groups, that parents want the plan before we make a decision. We need some parents to make a decision so we can fully flush out our plan. The number of students that opt to stay home is going to impact the number of staff that we have at home, and vice versa. So I definitely hear what parents are saying loud and clear, because we've met with parents, and they've said, it's hard for us to make a decision because we don't know exactly what the school is doing. It's hard for us to know exactly what we're doing until we know exactly how many students and staff are going to be in our building and remote each and every day. So I understand where you're coming from, for sure.
I'm not sure if you fully do, because the default is education, and then the parents have to play off of the education piece. So, I will agree to disagree on that point, but I think, education comes first, and the parent's decision comes after they know all of the options. And I'll defer my time to somebody else, but I appreciate you allowing me to comment tonight.
Thank you for calling.
And Mr. Chairman, again, I'll remind anyone on the phone, the public who wishes to speak, to press 5* on their phone, 5*. If you're
I'm
watching...
sorry, real quick, one last thing, it's actually *5, which is why you may not have gotten some of the hands raised, so.
Okay, according to what we have on our stuff, it's 5*. So if you're at home and watching on Channel 22 and want to join the call, it's 1-857-444-0744, and you enter the code 156034. And Mr. Chairman, I'll watch this closely and jump back in if we see other questions. I have none at this time.
And we'll do a few odds and ends while we're waiting.
Very good.
Okay. How about the material that was in the packet on the 8th grade trip?
Yep,
You want to talk about that?
I think we should, yep.
If or until and if we get
Yep,
interrupted?
that sounds good, yep.
Okay. So everybody got the material, and I hope we're not going to say anybody's names or anything
No,
like that.
absolutely
But
not.
You want to just give us a quick overview of where we stand?
Sure. Based on a conversation that we had with the tour company in late June, beginning of July, they agreed to send 60% of the money that each family paid directly to the family. So you have an accounting right there that shows how many families received money and what kind of money they received. There's a group of, right at the end of that spreadsheet, that is a group that did not respond to the tour company and that we're reaching out to. We're currently waiting for the tour company to send the rest of the money that they want to give back to parents. We agreed that as of July 31st, if they hadn't heard from families, they would forward that to us. And so there's about 13 families, 14 families. Some of those families are scholarship families at the bottom. Some have a credit card dispute that has not been resolved, so that money is kind of being held in escrow. We've been reaching out to the parents that's on that list to ensure that they've had communications with the company, but we're waiting right now for that check to arrive from the tour company. Questions about those categories, I
So
guess.
what happened to the money we sent them as fundraising money?
Ginny, on that spreadsheet right there, you're going to see that as cash from the school.
Okay, so did we get cash payments from the school? Okay.
That's right.
Are we getting 60% of that back?
We are getting 60% of what the parents paid.
So we are not getting
No.
60% of our fundraising money?
Absolutely not, no,
So we gave 100% of that to the tour company?
unfortunately.
Cost of doing business?
Well, we did, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
But
Wait a minute, why? That was money given, we're entitled to...
it's part of the 40%, Frank. It's not extra or anything.
Oh, it's
part of the 40% that they're
40%.
keeping.
Okay.
So instead of keeping families' monies, they're keeping the fundraising money, but the money that came out of pocket, they're receiving 60% of that.
So, okay, but the money that the school sent in through fundraising is actually the 40%, which is not...
That they wouldn't get back.
Yeah,
where it
yeah.
is.
So we're coming to a conclusion.
We are.
Okay.
We are. So as soon as we receive those funds, we'll go right back to that spreadsheet, and we'll issue checks from the school to those, I think there's 14 or 15 families. As I said, some of those families are scholarship families, so that they wouldn't receive that. They wouldn't receive any money. Questions?
So they're gonna receive a check from your activity fund, right?
That's right.
Okay. Because I was gonna say, we have to
Yes.
get vendors and all
Well,
that
you
stuff.
would still have to get them as vendors, but, because we do it through the system, it's just going out of Dave's account.
Okay.
But I can help with that.
Thank you.
Well, I'm sure that's
Checks
a
that went direct.
headache that's coming to an end for you.
You know, we wish it didn't,
They have
that all didn't happen.
I know.
But it did, and I wanted 100% back, but, you know, I think within the contract that the families had, whether you even had insurance or not, in some cases, when you travel, you lost everything. So this company is a very small company. It's not the big corporations like we usually use, and the last thing we want to do is put a mom and pop out of business. So we did come to I think a equitable agreement, and as you see, that most of those families have already received the money. And if there are families that haven't or need to hear, could you please reach out to me, and I'd be glad to respond. But if I haven't, I will be in touch with you in the next couple days.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you.
Again, bouncing around here a little bit while we're waiting.
Mr. Chairman, it's Jamie again.
Yes,
Sorry to interrupt, but I do have another question if you're ready for it.
we are ready.
It comes from Sumi. Maura, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Do you have a question or comment? Please go ahead.
I was just wondering, because I don't know if I missed it, but when will we be reviewing the process for school with the hybrid model? Because I know the high school's doing it every 2 weeks. Is there a plan in place for SAU 90?
I'm going to let Dr. Costa answer that.
So your question is when are we going to review our plan? Can you be more specific?
Well, when are we going to say, for example, we can move from the hybrid model to full-time in school?
Okay, so basically, we're gonna be watching the numbers. I think that's what you're referring to, right?
Yes. Yes.
Right. So we're watching numbers, and really, it's going to be dependent upon what the numbers show, and when we feel it would be safe enough for everybody to come back to a brick and mortar building. I mean, that's one of my goals as a superintendent this year, is to get us back to brick and mortar. But that we'd be following the guidelines of the state, the recommendations of the state, but also looking at what our numbers are specifically here to Hampton and the Seacoast. But we're working with, we have weekly calls with the commissioners. We have now weekly calls with the Department of Health and Human Services, and they are always in conversations with CDC to figure out what's happening at a state level, and then, of course, reaching out to our town manager to see what's happening specific to Hampton. I think all of these have to be considered before we can get back to a place where we can be fully in person. But we're monitoring it all the time. In fact, we're monitoring it at least weekly, looking at the numbers. Sadly, right now, the numbers are slightly at an uptick, sadly. And we're just hoping we can continue to be as low as we have been since June. The numbers went down pretty low, and they've stayed consistently low for the last about 4 to 6 weeks, which shows active cases up to the last 2 weeks with anywhere from 1 to 4 cases. But in the last couple of weeks, we see that rising slightly. But that's a great question, and it's something that we watch every week.
Another question, well, maybe a helpful suggestion would be for parents that need aftercare, because I know you're not going to be providing the programs that parents are used to. Can we get resources from the school, like some sort of list of helpful things. So I know it doesn't affect me, but it may affect a lot of other parents. Any sort of guidance so that we can put kids in programs that are so needed for after school.
You know, it was a conversation we had earlier in the sense that we're all a little dismayed in the sense that many of these local programs that offered care are no longer in business. In fact, that was something that was brought to my attention, knowing first off that we had so few, and then the few that we did have are not, are no longer available. We're all pretty nervous and pretty concerned about this, truthfully. You know, I know that PTA has worked together to try to help families, but that's just one avenue, and I'm open to see, does anybody know of something that I'm not thinking of?
I think if we hear of resources as they come about, we'll let the parents know immediately. Other than that, I don't know any myself.
Right. I know that I did have a conversation with a dad this afternoon, and we started brainstorming. I don't know where it's going to go, but I know that I will continue to do what I can to see what might be available in our community. It is sorely a lacking resource. There's no doubt about it. Ginny?
The only after-school program I'm aware of in Hampton right now is Fun on Depot Square. I do know they're in the phone book. They do after-school care. They do after-school care for 5 to 12-year-olds, I believe. So give Mary and Lori a call and see what they have for space. They're the only one that I know of at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I didn't get your name?
This is Mara Toomey.
Okay. All right.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank
Thanks,
you for
Maura.
calling.
All right, thank you.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, I don't have any other questions signaled at this time.
Okay, if someone calls in, let us know.
Will do.
Folks, we should look at, I think the page 38, it's a policy. Policy ACR, is this the first read, Lois?
Yes, it is. Wait a minute, ACR, which is, yes, it is the first read, yep.
It's just the first read, so.
Yes, it is.
Okay, folks need to look that over for our next meeting. And then the suicide prevention,
Second read,
this is the second read.
on the suicide prevention.
Okay.
Yep.
And you folks have worked on that, Andrea and Pepper and you guys?
bet, yeah.
Okay. I would make a motion that we accept this policy.
I'll make the motion.
Seconded by Pepper. Discussion? Vote. Ginny? Andrea?
Yes.
Frank?
Yes.
Pepper? So it's unanimous, 5-0.
We need, I don't know who develops it, but we need a COVID-19 policy on leaves and attendance for staff and children, because people need to know if they're leaving to go somewhere out of the New England state. The CDC said Friday that they require that you quarantine for 14 days. If you're going to, I brought a copy for, I'll give it to Andrea and you guys for the policy committee.
Thank you.
That you have to quarantine for 14 days. If you go, stay in New England, you don't have to. If, so I think somebody needs to figure out a policy.
Lois?
I believe they've waived it for educators, but I can
It says right in there, Lois, that it's for the education.
What's the date on it? I think,
Educational institution,
August 7th.
oh,
educational institution, novel.
because they talked about waiving that last week in light of the fact that they knew that many teachers were bringing their children to college,
They
so.
did make it, if you went to college, they make
Okay.
it, you can.
There's the exempts, yep.
Yeah.
You could perhaps, at your Southeasters meeting.
Yeah,
Well, that may make an issue.
We don't
when
need to
have
make our own.
school break.
yep,
There's one that, they have at the Southeast.
Okay, yep.
So, okay, so we approved the suicide
But we
prevention.
probably should do that before school starts even.
Well,
Yeah.
we've given that to her, and she
Okay.
can contact all the other
Okay.
superintendents.
Around
and-
travel and teachers, right?
Right.
Yep.
Because they need to know if they go out for
Right.
whatever reason.
Yep, I'll reach out to the superintendents. Thank you.
So again, bouncing around, why don't we do the minutes of July 14th? I'm just trying to get some things done, awaiting a call.
I make a motion.
Yes,
We're ready with the next one.
okay.
Nathan Page. Nathan, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Please go ahead.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and the board.
Hi.
I just got home and I turned the TV on. I saw Facebook that our start date is September 8th,
Correct.
which is the New Hampshire State primary. Is that still going to be in Marston School this year?
No, they moved that to Hampton Academy this year.
Okay. So how's that going to work with the voting and the kids all coming to school at the same time for the first day?
Right.
I'm gonna let Mr. O'Connor answer that.
Okay, just curious. Good evening, Mr. O'Connor.
Nathan, we're familiar of having voting in the buildings. They've been doing it at Marston. I was principal there when they did it as well. So we're gonna work in areas so there's a separation zone between the guests that arrive on campus and our students. Again, the New Hampton Academy is a little bit bigger than any other school we've had, so I think that's not gonna be an issue. Again, it's usually a primary that the turnout is, and I'm not sure what they're expecting this year, but we'll have
It should be low.
off-site location parking for our teachers, and we'll move some buses around, things like that. But I think we can coexist on the same day.
Very good.
We have,
I was concerned that I
Keith
heard that no one had mentioned it.
Keith Lassard will talk to that also.
Nathan, this is Keith. Hey, we talked about that for quite a while. But rest assured, for everybody else that's thinking now that we have, because I did bring up that we were gonna have voting in the building. But that area is totally segregated, it is locked off.
We have to amend our motion that we just passed then.
Well, I brought it up under under part of my
Yeah, but
conversation.
we passed a motion that no outside agencies could use the school. On a case-by-case basis.
Sorry to cause any confusion.
Right.
That's okay, Nathan.
It's okay, Nathan. Thank you for calling in. Anything else?
No, that's it. Thank
Okay.
you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nathan.
Keith?
Okay, so we talked with the town moderator, Robert Kazaza, I guess, about changing the location and the dates and things like that. In the political climate right now, it's very difficult to change voting locations because there's a lot of conversation about why did they do it? Are they doing it for this reason and that reason? We talked about the vid and how they would handle that in the building. So they're completely segregated. We do have a modern ventilation system there with the I-Wave. And the election is on Tuesday, and Wednesday's the deep cleaning day. We can also close that space off for 72 hours to make sure that we are not having a cross-contamination. In the Hampton Academy Gymnasium.
Oh, okay, so that is separated from
Right,
everything. We're not
completely.
gonna be using the gym.
Yeah, and this was decided like 2 years ago. So, thank you.
Thank you, Keith. Jamie, anybody else?
Yes, our next question comes from Tara McDonald. Tara, are you there?
Actually, hi, this is Matt Parsons. I appreciate all the hard work you guys have all been doing. Just a quick question. We know some of the surrounding towns have taken developmental levels into account when making up their plans. We know, kindergartner learns in a different way at a different speed than a 7th or 8th grader. How were those levels considered when coming up with the plan, if at all?
Lois?
I think that the principals got together in cross-grade sectionals to look at all of the different models, and it was a very thoughtful conversation as we were thinking about the safety of our students, balancing that with the education of our students. And so it was the model that the leadership team felt could accomplish what we wanted it to do in terms of adherence to CDC guidelines, while also providing face-to-face time with our students. We know that we also had to look at the cleaning. So for example, I know that for some hybrid models, some students would do mornings and afternoons. We thought about that, but it wouldn't accomplish what we wanted it to accomplish in terms of the cleaning. As we spoke with Mr. Lassard about the facilities, it takes at least 4 hours to do a deep cleaning of a building. So the morning afternoons was not going to work in a hybrid model. So it really brought us back to that Monday, Tuesday, with the Wednesday being the deep cleaning, and then Thursday, Friday. The hybrid model was the only one, again, that allowed for those CDC guidelines, specifically around social distancing. That was the one that we were most concerned about, was social distancing. So how could we reduce the number of students in a classroom and ensure we were going to adhere to it? So that's why hybrid became the model of choice, I guess, of the three that we were really closely looking at. We know that kids want, and we know that we want kids here 5 days a week. The problem we ran into was being fearful that if we did not create a safe environment for everyone, we were fearful that we would not have the response with our staff, and then this impacting students as well. So our goal was always to maintain the safety of everyone, so that if we had considered the safety of all, we would have a higher likelihood that people would come back. And so that's why we went with this.
Okay, no, I mean, I do appreciate the answer. Yeah, I mean, I think we all understand at this point that in school for 5 days is just something that's not going to happen due to teacher shortage, et cetera. Yeah. My question was more geared towards, why couldn't we, within this hybrid model, find more face time in person for the younger kids who need that for the control and everything like that, versus the older, the 6th, 7th, and 8th graders that might be able to stay at home, do the work on their own, possibly with a parent nearby, but not walking them through everything. I think that was kind of more what I was asking about.
Again, that was a model we looked at. We looked at the elementary model, we looked at the K-5 model, and again, we felt that we wanted to advocate for all students, also recognizing that our adolescents could also be at risk and that we needed to have the face-to-face time with them as well. So again, that is why we did go with the hybrid versus looking just specifically at K-5 or looking at the younger students. Again, we also looked at the spacing in terms of the sizes of the classrooms to see, is there a way we could have done that with the size of the classrooms? And that wasn't something we could configure either. Tim, did you want to add something?
Hi, Matt, Tim Lannon. Just a quick follow-up to your question, that I am taking a strong consideration at staffing and trying to maximize more staffing if possible, or at least more instructional time in the kindergarten level on those off days. That is a priority of mine. Again, we're just looking as we try to develop what staff will be available to us, remote or not. But I have a strong understanding and belief that I agree that the younger kids cannot sustain independently like a 4th or 5th grader. I do recognize that, and I want you to know that it's still in the works. And as part of our plans that we presented tonight, I mentioned that it's a developmental process, that the times with teachers will vary depending on the grade level. So it is still a work in progress. If just be a little bit more patient, please, okay?
Okay. Hey, Tim, I really appreciate that. Just glad of that. You recognize that's being worked on. Thanks very much.
All right.
Thank you, Matt.
We're showing no other callers at this time, sir, or no other questions.
Give us a holler if somebody
Will do.
does. Frank?
I would like to make a motion based on what we just heard, that we allow the primary to take place at Hampton Academy on September 8th, because we have to take each one on an individual basis.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion? I don't think there needs to be any. All in favor? Okay.
Do you need to do the roll call?
Oh, roll call. Ginny,
Yes.
Andrea, Frank?
Yes.
Pepper?
Yes.
5-0. Back to the meeting, board meetings of the 14th. Anyone want to make a motion to approve
I
those?
make a motion that
Frank?
we accept the board
Seconded.
meetings of the 14th.
Seconded.
Second.
Pepper? Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, that's 5-0, so we don't need to do roll call. And then the minutes of the 28th.
I'll make a motion that we accept the minutes of the 28th.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Seconded Pepper. Discussion? All those in favor? Okay, those are
Aye.
5-0-0. And I know we need to go into non-public, but I don't know if we can
You want to
take.
take one more question first?
Yes.
The next question is from Heather Trombley. Heather, you there?
I am here.
Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you guys for taking my call. I have a question. I had reached out to Dr. Costa a few weeks ago. I have two kids that are in the special education program at Center, and I had, thank you, Dr. Costa, for writing me back on my email, by the way. It was I really appreciate it. My concern for my two, and probably the other kids in the class, is you guys are talking about the mask mandate, which I completely understand and I completely agree with. I know for my two, they both have sensory issues, and I can't get them to wear a mask. So are my children going to be, in another word, penalized because they won't wear them? Or because it's like, I was listening to the call earlier, and you guys were talking about, like, the buses and stuff. Like, my kids, like, they won't wear them. So I don't want them to be told, you guys can't come to school.
I'm going to let our special ed director speak.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
So, we're going to be doing our very best to adhere to the masks. At the preschool level, we have low enough numbers so that we can spread them out to the best of our ability. We're certainly not going to be disciplining them with any huge ropes or ties or anything like that. We will do our very best to keep them at a distance. I mean, this is clearly one of the biggest issues. Mr. Principal Lynn and I have certainly had these discussions. The masks are mandatory, and we will do our very best to help the kids understand that those are the rules. However, we understand that some students with special needs are going to be challenged by that task. So we are going to do our very best to keep them at the social distancing, and the preschool teachers are going to set up all kinds of activities and centers for them to be rotating through.
Okay, thank you so much. I really appreciate it, you guys.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Heather.
Thank you.
And
Jamie?
again, sir, showing no others at this time.
Okay. We'll give it a few minutes. Have we covered everything that we need to cover before the non-public?
Do you want to look at goals or kindergarten? It's up to you. It's your call.
Well, Tim already talked about kindergarten.
Yep.
So I don't think we need to look at that. And you already talked about the goals.
So we're good with the goals?
So I think we're good with the goals.
Awesome.
Frank, did you have a question?
What about
We're
this?
gonna do that at our next meeting.
Oh, okay.
Thank
That's all
you.
I have. It's in there.
And I think we're
Because
good.
we can do that together. That's, we ask the questions and do it together. I already talked to Mariah about that. It's
Yeah, it'll take a while, so we can wait next time.
we,
To set the punishment fraud.
Right?
so Jamie, any other questions?
Thank you.
I'm seeing none, sir.
Okay, then we're gonna close public comment. And, we're gonna go into non-public under RSA 193.
A3, 91A3,
Yep,
that's it.
and that's a roll call vote. Frank?
Yes.
Pepper?
Yes.
Ginny?
Yes.
Andrea?
Yes.
And myself.
You want to make sure. we're
Okay,
all-
Jamie, we're all set.
I'll let
All
them
right, so
know.
we're gonna phone, and we'll just give a moment for channel 22 to come on. You should see that in front of you.
Okay. Do we have any callers?
No others, no.
Okay. Well, then somebody's gonna make a motion. Okay, we are out of non-public. I'm looking for a motion.
I'm
to
making a motion that
adjourn.
we adjourn.
Moved, Frank. Second, Andrea. All in favor? Okay.
So what
Jamie, we are done.
with Faith and Colleen?
Excellent.
Have they done-